There's a man named Ron Cleveland, you know he's the real deal, real deal. Out in the wild, casting lines where the water meets the reel. He's got a heart full of fire and hands that build with pride. In his garage late at night, where the dreams come alive. Ooh, dreams come alive, oh yeah, yeah. He's fishing, camping, grilling with a smile on his face. Worked his way through hell just to find his place. A loving husband and a man who never quits. Welcome to Ron Stream, where the good times always fit. Oh, sit back and enjoy the show. Ron's the kind of guy who'll light up a grill with a sizzle and a laugh, got that backyard thrill. He's out there on the weekends, pitching up the tent, living life his own way, every single cent well spent. He's fishing, camping, grilling with a smile on his face. Worked his way through hell just to find his place. A loving husband and a man who never quits. Welcome to Ron Stream, where the good times always fit. Oh, sit back and enjoy the show. Through the storms and the trials, he stood his ground. Now he's out in the wild, where peace can be found. From the garage to the river, with friends by his side. Tune in and join Ron, it's a hell of a ride. He's fishing, camping, grilling with a smile on his face. Worked his way through hell just to find his place. A loving husband and a man who never quits. Welcome to Ron Stream, where the good times always fit. Oh, sit back and enjoy the round chair, pour a drink and let's sit a while. Ron Cleveland's lift, bringing country style, with friends in the mix and the grill in between. This is Ron Cleveland's world, where life is serene. And the trials, he stood his ground. Now he's out in the wild, where peace can be found. The garage to the river, with friends by his side. Tune in and join Ron, it's a hell of a ride. He's fishing, camping, grilling with a smile on his face. Worked his way through hell just to find his place. A loving husband and a man who never quits. Welcome to Ron Stream, where the good times always fit. Enjoy the show. Through the storms and the trials, he stood his ground. Now he's out in the wild, where peace can be found. Through the storms and the trials, he stood his ground. Now he's out in the wild, where peace can be found. From the garage to the river.
Hi, how are you? I hope all is well. Yeah, the title's correct. I ain't cooked nothing on stream in a hot minute other than some air fryer.
Tonight.
Oh yeah, we are. We doing a Minnesota crawdad boil. And the reason we call it a Minnesota crawdad boil is because we don't have constant access to all the stuff they have down south, like sweet corn and things like that. We ain't got that.
Billy says boom.
So, we'll get our pot up here. We'll get this dude fired up. Start getting some heat in there. We'll get some water in this dude. I do not like my water here at home, so we're going to burn up some bottled water. Otherwise, I'll be there all day trying to get it out the cooler for it. So that's our basket over yonder way. And we'll get stuff
Bogey's Little Monster says good evening.
Oh, Mickey. It's gonna take probably damn near this whole case to get this bucket up to where I need it.
Billy asked, were you able to get the other garage door open?
No. I gotta have a talk with her tomorrow. And see if I can't work out a deal. So the biggest thing.
Bogey's Little Monster says how you weathered.
We got quite a bit of stuff going in here, so we want to make sure everything's right. We got the old burner going. So these are store-bought crawdads. My son's had them in the freezer for quite a bit. And the reason I ain't never done a crawdad boil is because my old crawdad connection no longer exists. He used to go down and get me a bunch of crawdads, bring it back in a cooler, big old cooler full of them, and I ain't had none in a minute. And he offered me this bag, I'm like, hell with it, we'll go with it. I probably don't even know what a real crawdad tastes like no more. I literally pulled this thing off my deck. I got to clean it off before we get to cut some vegetables up. Crawdad boils are real simple. You know, they're not. This is probably one of. If you like crawdads, and if you ain't never had them, I'll show you how to eat one properly. But these things are the easiest things in the world to cook. Easy. There's no fine chopping, nothing. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are people who make this exotic dish out of them and stuff like that, but you ain't got to do all that. I'll be honest with you. You go down to some of them cages down there in the bayou, they just boil bayou water. You got to get this to a good rolling boil for a good 5 to 10 minutes before you even think about throwing fish or throwing in crawdads in there. Because the thing is what you're eating is actually inside the crawdads. Everything else just kind of spreads some flavoring around. Hell, at this rate, I probably should have just grabbed one of the big old jugs and thrown them in there. I ain't never used this pot setup before, so I didn't know. But now I know. And knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. This is brand new to me. Usually I do this over an open pit fire. I have one of these big old burners like this. This is a long, tedious process right here, boys. I'm gonna have to get me one of them.
Youngin asks, do you always talk to yourself?
Well, yeah. Why wouldn't I? People don't want to talk to me. I got to talk to myself. I mean, I understand you too ugly to talk to yourself, but that's all right. You didn't get that from me. I mean, if I was ugly as you, I wouldn't want to talk to myself either. That's my son, by the way, just so y'all know. We banter back and forth like that all the time. I don't like cooking with the water we got here in town because I put fluoride in it, stuff like that, and I feel like it ruins the taste. So,
Half-Assed Garage says, do you always do things the hard way?
what are you talking about? This? You think I'm going to use tap water, nasty ass tap water here? I want my food to taste good. I actually care about the quality of my food. You should try it sometime. Hell, I put more thought into making a ramen noodle than you probably made your best gourmet meal. That's the last bottle of water. That's going to have to do it. We'll check the basket here right quick. I don't have one of them nice dipping, my crawdad dipping spoon. I had it for years, and it finally gave up the ghost. Billy got me to take my other table down. Could have been using that right now, but it's Billy's fault. So we're going to make sure.
Billy says youngin' and snacks just come in hot rippin' on Ron.
Oh no,
LMAO.
Half-Assed Garage ain't Snacks. Snacks is hanging out with his youngins tonight. Alright, so we'll go in here in the old vault. We're going to get the Tony Satcheries, because you can't have crawdad boil without Tony's. Gotta have the old Tony's.
Oh, I am confused.
Snacks is Whisker Doodle Garage. Half-Assed Garage is still in chain. Boy, they didn't make that cover right. Whatever, we don't need any of that. What we gonna do? Here's the best part. There ain't no right or wrong way to do the seasoning for this stuff. So you just take this whole thing. Take that whole dude just like that.
Ah, 10-4, now I follow.
Take that whole dude just like that whole can of it. Alright, hold on. Now, unfortunately, they didn't have the actual Zatarans that I like, but they did have the stuff in the bag, which is okay. I'm alright with it. You're going to take this here bag, that's got all your chunky seasonings in it. You take this dude right here. Well, wait, is this a boiling bag? It is a boiling bag, okay. Well, you just take the whole bag, throw it in there. Now you're going to let that come to a rolling boil. Don't never throw no crawdads in until that bad boy has been rolling for a minute. In the meantime, look there, I ain't even never used a lid on this pot neither. So we're going to cover that up. Nice thing is there's no time limit to this. Crawdads are real easy in the fact that all you got to do is wait until when you boil them, they'll turn bright red. This is our hook retriever here. They give us with this. I bought this at an auction last year. I always wanted one of these, never bought one, and I got Randy at the auction. Outside, I get me one. So, my little prep table on the side here.
Jim Alley asks, you said you care about the taste of your food and then threw a plastic bag in it? OG says, that looks like the cooker I have.
That's a boil-in bag system. It's meant to be boiled that way. That is actually designed that way. Why, I don't know, but it is. So, we're going to do what the instruction says. There's a method in their madness. I don't know what it is. But it's Zatarain, so I can't believe it's wrong. That's all Louisiana stuff. And then people in Louisiana, they just can't do it wrong. Now you want real stuff, you go down in the bayou in Louisiana, you will have a real crawdad boil. I've been privy to that a few times in my life. And I tell you what, hey. Oh yeah. Perfect. This old top's coming all the way apart. We're gonna put a new one on here this summer. Get one treated. Maybe I'll make the butcher block set up on here. So
Billy says, bless you.
thank you. So this is really simple, believe it or not. May not always seem like it. That was my Christmas present, by the way, from my in-laws. It's a Revex chopper. Then you get you some of these here. I don't want to take them all out. What you're gonna do, real simple, cut them in half. Cut all these dudes in half. Throw them right in your pot. That's all you're gonna do with them, just cut them in half. Most everything you want to throw in a crawdad boil is cut it in half. Just so it opens up, gets all that flavor. There's no right or wrong way to do it. The only thing you gotta watch out though is the seasoning. If you don't like, what the hell? Well, thank you. That seasoning got me all coughing and sneezing. Whew! Got my sinuses opened up. She might be a little spicy, just a little bit.
Stella.
Thank you. Can we get Questella a shout out, please? And just so, here's the best part. So none of this stuff goes to waste. You can cut it all up and put it in there. You can cut it all up and put it in there. It ain't gonna hurt nothing. You can use oranges, you can use lemons. I like lemons because I like that little bit of tart to it. You can use oranges, you can use lemons, you can use grapefruits. People do that. I'm not a fan of the grapefruit flavor ones, but lemons are kind of their own thing. Where's my other bag? Let's bring this one up here. All right. We got some peppers. Same thing, you're just going to take these peppers, you're just going to knock them in half. Just knock them in half, just like that. We'll cut the stems off, I guess. case somebody decides they want to eat some.
PTS dead?
No, can't hear it. It's probably because it's real far away. I can hear y'all talking to me. But same thing, just gonna throw the peppers in the pot.
Okay.
So this was made out of an old gas grill frame. The fella that made it passed away and his wife auctioned off a whole bunch of stuff. So I ended up with it. I mean, I paid way more than it was worth, but it was for a good cause. She needed the money. So I don't care. Y'all remember when I was on the road full time, boy, I used to eat these things like candy. This is my road snack with these peppers.
Hillbilly, 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 hillbilly.
Thank you. Man, these things are good.
Okay.
Go. I don't have a big filter table to be able to dump this stuff through. I don't have the big strainer, so we're going to have to do mine a little different than you normally see. But you can go get you one of these old turkey fryers,
Lemon
man.
says, so when's this supposed to be ready?
Probably about 20 minutes. Maybe a half hour, somewhere in there. All right, so the peppers are in. Next, we're going to throw in these here baby carrots. I like baby carrots in mine. Baby carrots good. Grab the seasoning. So throw the old baby carrots in there. I like the baby carrots. Like I said, the only thing that I would add on top of these is some is I'd be throwing some sweet corn in here, but I don't have any, and the grocery store didn't have none. My son handed me this bag of crawdads
Jim
tonight.
Ellie says, I got my first ever jury duty notice today. It's federal, so I'll have to go to the cities if I get selected.
Most likely, I'm guessing probably a drug case looking at a life sentence. Typically in the feds, typically in the federal government system, they don't go to jury trial unless they fight in a life sentence. They're looking at a life sentence. But at that point, they got nothing to lose. The only thing I'm going to ask you, brother, is make sure if you get selected that prosecution actually presents 100% evidence. Because in the federal system, I can tell you this, I've sat with a lot of men who are doing life sentences for crimes they didn't actually commit. And when you look at the evidence in the case, there aren't hardly none. So, I chose fresh garlic. Some people do the minced garlic. I chose fresh garlic to do this. I like fresh garlic. So what we're going to do is we're going to get these cloves cleaned up. But you might walk into a slam dunk case. They might have all sorts of evidence and surveillance and all sorts of stuff. And start throwing them cloves in there. Actually, I'm going to cut them in half just to make sure they unlock the flavor. Want to make sure they unlock the flavor, boys and girls.
OG says smash the clove with the flat of your knife.
No, 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 no. Not when you were doing a crawdad boil. No, sir. It'll turn it into mush. You do not want to do that. You just cut them in half. It's a slow system. You just cut them in half. That's all you do. Then once you cut them in half, you'll see that little extra skin come off there. We're not doing one of them gourmet meals. We're doing a we doing a crawdad boil. So all you do is you cut them in half. Because you don't want all the flavor to unlock and hit. You want certain things to release a little bit at a time. Because this is probably the quickest melding system you'll ever see. The reason people like the crawdads is because they absorb anything fish-wise will absorb flavoring very, very quickly. So you kind of don't want everything to hit it all at once. Oh, Ron Cleveland, dude, he sure does talk a lot. Normally I just buy the minced garlic already. You can cook that down to nothing. How's our water looking? Nope, not quite. She ain't there yet. She ain't there yet. Nope. I mean, I could have cheaped out and just dumped a whole jar of minced garlic in there. Wouldn't nobody know no better, but something about throwing these garlic clove chunks in there seems to make it taste a lot better. Off of there. This one peeled a little better than the last one. It worked out nice. The biggest component to this is to make sure that water is at a good rolling boil. That is a big deal. I've seen people throw them in there way early and it don't turn out right. The reason you make so many of them at a time because there ain't much meat in them. It's good meat, but there ain't much in there. Old garlic got my sinuses clearing out now.
Giggity riggity.
What? Hey! Riggedy bebop, the doo-wop, the shoo-be-doo. Welcome in, buddy. How are you? Same thing, we just cut these dudes in half. Down there when I seen them, when they was cutting his garlic in half, I eat this stuff. They'll literally take this right off the table and eat them. But they got like big old 55-gallon drums laid on their side, just the top cut open on them, and they make, when they do the crawdads, they don't do it like this. Some of them are wood fired, some of them are propane fired, it all depends.
OG's Little Monster says garlic is actually pretty good for you.
It's actually a really good mosquito repellent too. You eat a lot of garlic in the summertime, it'll help you ward off mosquitoes. And I've been slacking on that the last couple of years. Like I get up in the morning, and it's mainly because everybody tells me I stink like garlic. Get up in the morning, have some, take some garlic powder, some butter, put on some toast.
OG says lol, and everybody else.
Yep. Throw them garlic right up on there. Right up on there. Hey, y'all remember that dude from Tic Tac? It was like, put it on
OG's Little Monster says I wanted to share the Reba concert was amazing. She was amazing, and she looked real good.
all that garlic in there. Make sure you get every last little bit of that in there. That's where that good flavor comes from. Mm-hmm. And then, one of my favorite parts, the most crucial part in my opinion, the onions. I like the red onions. I don't know why. I think it's more because of the color. Adds color texture to it. I mean, you just use your favorite onion, whatever it is. And these, you're just going to bump the end, give her a slice in the middle, peel that outer layer off. You want to get that whole outer layer off, because then it opens them wide open. And these are big enough I can actually quarter these. I can quarter them dudes, throw them in there. Something about these red onions, man, they got like a little bit of a bite to them. I've seen people throw mushrooms in them. I'm not a really big fan of the mushrooms because it seems like they get mushy. And I don't know that they add any flavor to it, to be honest with you. I've tried it both ways and I didn't see no difference between having onions and no onions, or I mean mushrooms and no mushrooms. So I just don't add them. skin off there. So you can see there's layers in there. You don't want to just get the skin. You want to get that first layer of onion right underneath the skin. Get that dude off there too. Because you'll feel it. It'll be all wet. You can smell it.
OG says Minnesota mudbug.
I was just thinking about that, man, watching that dude on the old Tic Tac. Put that on a cracker, dude. He ended up getting some kind of big deal, cooking deal, something. Remember, he come out with his own line of seasoning and stuff like that. Remember somebody telling me one time, red onions are for salads, they're not for cooking. I said, okay, then don't eat them. I like them because when you get into them, I forgot to skin that one. Look at there, just fall off anyways. You get into them, man, and they're all soggy and wet. That's just that's that juice coming off of them. A whole outer layer off of there. Like me, I'm gonna add extra onion. I like onion. Get you that good right there. Get you a chunk of that onion. Eat it like a tater chip. Like I said, the best part about this is once you get the water in there, you get the water boiling, or waiting for the water to boil, you get to prep the whole rest of the meal. I really wish I had a big old scoop, man. I used to have a clean minnow scoop I used to use for, or an ice scoop that I used for doing that. I don't know where that ever went to. Yes, ice scoops work great for deep frying stuff outside. Metal ones, they were perfect for that. Especially when you get them big bottom ones. Nope, almost screwed that up. See, you'll see this and it'll look like it's mold or it's rot or it's not. It's just from these are real soft onions, so they catch damage in shipping when they're sitting in them boxes. You peel it off, you peel that first layer off, it looks absolutely perfect. Don't let that deter you from buying your purple onions. They're a pretty hardy onion. Just the outer layer will take a little bit of damage. But boy, they got a good bite to them, and that's why I like them. She's getting hot. She ain't boiling yet. We need a rolling boil. We need to let the seasoning and the water melt together. Let it get to a rolling boil. Oh yeah, that one's got a bite, boy. My eyes are even watering. Yeah, them are good ones. Good onions right there. So It's one of them knives that I don't usually bring outside, but I had a lot of chopping to do. I didn't want to use my crappy knives. These knives are just over $200 a piece. I about fell over my mother-in-law. My mother-in-law, I opened a present for her this Christmas. And earlier that year, my wife bought me a really nice meat cleaver for my birthday. Really nice one. You're wondering what I wipe this down with? It's real simple. It's just plain water. Good old-fashioned clean water. I don't like
Mr.
using...
Bash says that's a good gift.
Yeah, man. I don't ask for anything for Christmas. I never do. But they know I've been getting into nicer knives. Man, that smells good. I don't stir it. I know some people stir it. I don't stir it. I let it naturally boil.
OG's Little Monster says you got an onion peel on your arm, making it a home.
What? Where's that dude hanging out?
Walleye Aki Chi Pa says when no invite.
Brother, you ain't never gonna have an invite in my house. You're always welcome here. Always.
OG's Little Monster says well now it's gone.
You ain't never need an invite in my house. You were one of them people that never needs an invite. You were always welcome here. You just gotta let me know you're coming so I can make sure I can be here. If you showing up, I'm gonna make some
Bash
food.
says we call these yabbies in Australia.
Yabbies? If I know you're coming, I'm making food. Even hard, healthy stuff. How you doing, by the way, man? Sorry I ain't messaged you in a minute. I honestly, I've got so much on my plate right now in my personal life that I haven't really been reaching out to anybody, and I apologize for that. You deserve better than that. You've been a good friend to me over the years.
Walleye Aki Chi Pa says doing good.
Now I'm getting impatient. There we go.
OG says LMAO. I wish.
You like that, huh? OG thought it'd be slick. Send me a text message saying I'm 30 minutes away. I said I'll see you when you get here. I've had so many people call me on that. I don't care, man. If I'm home, you're welcome here. Even if I'm not home, if I know you, I'll tell you there's food in the fridge. There's soda in the entryway. There's food in the freezer. You leave here hungry, it's your own fault. Ron don't play like that. That basket ain't gonna be big enough. I can tell you
If I
that.
didn't have to work tomorrow. Get the Bash says, man, I need friends like that, haha.
It's because you gotta surround yourself with good people, man. Watch out, because this flashes and it's hot. Now you got all that in there. That's going to cool your water down quite a bit. That's why it's really important to make sure them in a rolling boil. Now, I've never made frozen crawfish before. I've had them chilled until they got here, but I got to usually make them the same day. But my son's been hanging on these in the freezer for a minute. We'll get them dudes in the pot. If you're asking why I'm putting the crawdads in the pot, is so that way when I go to retrieve them out, all I'm grabbing is the
OG
crawdads.
asks, aren't you supposed to put the basket in?
Yeah, I'm going to. But the basket's plumb full of crawdads. See? So you put this in around there. Just like so. That way when you pull it out, all you get is crawdads. Ha-ha! I'm gonna let them dudes boil for a minute. Put it on a cracker dude. Every time now I think about crawdads, the first thing that comes to my mind is that guy. Oh. Now we just sit and wait. If I was out on my front table, I'd put out the whole paper spread. I'd strain it all out, but we're in the garage, so we're not trying to make that kind of a mess. Not with the water.
Wee Gobi says, evening fellas.
What's happening?
Billy says, evening.
What's happening, Billy?
Just wrapped up making another 4 bluebird houses and replacing that tree in Wheeler. Time to chill.
Yeah, I don't know, my son handed me this bag. I thought I was just going to bring it home and throw it in the freezer, and I was in town. I'm like, nope. Direct detour to the grocery store. You're going to want to boil your crawdads until they are bright red. It takes, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. Sometimes longer. You just got to look at the color of them. It depends on how many you got and how even your heat is.
Great
like
content idea for sure.
Content? Hell, I was just hungry. People always talk about, you never cook nothing no more. Unless it's in an air fryer. Well, yeah, that's the fish house. When the boilers come in and we get that big old fish house and we can pull that enclosed trailer with a whole kitchen in it, I'll cook out there every day because the midday bite's horrible. I'll go out and I'll walk out in a second trailer that's all decked out for cooking. Yep. Give me old food service.
Amen.
Hey, now that's an idea right there. That's a business idea. It'd only go for a couple of months, but get me one of the food service trailers and pull it out on the lake. Boy, they'd be coming from all the lakes to eat my food. Make rounds, go around all the lakes, be like, yep, fresh food, come get it. You imagine eating crawdads while you're out ice fishing? Or a rack of ribs, pulled pork sandwiches, brisket. Chicken? Over. It's over. This year, even though ice fish was only good for a couple of months, man, I'd made a killing. Just have your little schedule. Start out with a breakfast schedule. Make your rounds. You know, have like sausage, egg, and cheese biscuits right there at the lake. I know when I go to the fishing tournaments, man, I don't bring no food with me other than some munchies because it's like I know there's going to be hot food there, and they cooking it. Mm-hmm. Enter half-ass garage and youngin. Pretty sure I just heard a shitbox dirge. Hey, you do me a favor right quick before you come sit down?
What up?
Run in the house and grab me 2 Coke Zeros, please. I appreciate you.
Why don't you guys come in? I'll go right
Grab chairs up there, fellas.
ahead. Okay.
And you just got to kick stuff around and put them down. Like I said, I got to clean this whole garage.
Look at the mugs on these guys.
Family friendly stream. Keep the cussing to a minimum. I don't expect y'all to be clean language, but just keep it to a minimum. You guys ever eat crawdads for?
Me, no.
Oh, boy, you in for a treat. Grab you some chairs, man. Sit down. We fixing to eat good.
OG yells whoop. Garage cleaning helpers have arrived.
I don't know where your camera is.
What? Right there.
Huh.
I gotta leave the TTS up in the background because otherwise it shuts off.
Oh,
So I run everything off of one phone.
Gotcha.
Everyone start grabbing stuff and putting it away.
We're putting stuff away.
Remember, family friendly, cuss to a minimum. We're just hanging out tonight. What?
Oh, it said everybody grab something and put something away. There's not really room to do that.
You'd be surprised. I've made this garage look almost spotless with this much stuff in here. See what I did there? See what I did there?
Family friendly.
Yeah,
No
buddy.
alcohol.
No, they're drinking responsibly.
Yep. We even got a sober cab. Imagine that.
one. Oh, it's gonna say one beer for the driver. That's all he gets.
Our driver dropped us off and he's coming back to get us.
Yep.
Yeah, you'll have to kick some stuff around over there and set chairs down.
Alex, like, I want really roll a chair.
I can't believe that chair still works. I've had that thing for 10 years.
You want me to pull your chair down without me grab one?
I'm probably not sitting right now, but I mean, you can grab it just to get to it.
Did you see how I was making this?
Yeah, so I watched, you were cutting up lemons and that was the last thing, because then we got on the road, we had to stop and...
It's really simple when you do this. You can do it on your stove. You don't have to make the whole bag at one time. Everything's in half. So you put garlic, lemons, and onions. I like baby carrots in there.
My thing was, I wanted, that bag was big enough, I wanted to share it and just do it all at once. That was my thing. And nobody was like, everybody's like, well, I don't know how to cook them or this, that.
No, just give me
I was like,
Alex.
I'll figure it out. You just got to tell me when.
All you gotta do is cook each other bright red.
Well, no,
Here,
I understand
Give
that.
that to Alex and he'll get you.
What?
There's a bottle opener hanging over there on the wall too.
I'll watch this one more time. Yeah.
Whoop. Wasn't tight enough.
It works good until the lighter explodes.
Vicks you don't have to worry about it with. Crack lighters you do. I mean, transparent, cheap lighters you do. Whoops. Family friendly.
Got to go get to where I'm going. Yeah, the biggest thing is you just got to make sure they're bright, like lobster red.
Yeah.
Once they hit lobster red, they're cooked.
But also, for me to go get a setup like that, the boiler, the burner, the pot, the lift out basket and whatnot, you realize how much that costs, right?
They're $130 at Runnings.
Right. For the turkey fryer.
Yeah. That's all
I don't even think that comes with the basket.
Yes, sir, it does. This is all he did is when he did this, he welded this into a gas grill stand.
Well, no, I understand that, but I'm saying the burner with the stand and whatnot like that.
Yeah,
I think
that also-
it's
it's
like
$130.
$150, but I don't think it comes with the basket if you buy the
Yeah.
turkey fryer. It might. I don't know.
Yeah, because that's what this says. You can see right here, it says maximum turkey size, 18 pounds. It says it right on the
I
bottom.
could get a bigger bird in there.
And that's how fires start.
No. You know how they say to do that, actually? So you take a bird, you fill that with water. Set your bird in there. Figure out, let it overflow, and then you dip it out to where the bird's just barely covered. Take the bird out, let the bird dry, pat it dry, whatever. And then you measure how much water you got in there. And that's
Now,
how much
why would
water.
I do that when they got a max fill line right on here? As long as I don't fill over that max line that's indented in the inside, I just fill it with oil and I don't put over an 18-pound bird in there. Minty.
That's too much thinking.
There's no thinking involved. You got to think with that involved that there's a problem.
Well, you're wasting oil to begin with. Because if you get a smaller bird, you
Jim
don't
Alley
need that much
asks,
oil.
what does it mean when my truck sounds and feels like I'm driving over rumble strips when I accelerate?
Sounds like you got a bad coil pack.
Or flat spots in your tires.
Nah, he's pretty good with it. It sounds like you're having an ignition issue and you drive Ford, so you're talking on the F-150 or what is it on? F-150s, Ford's modular motors are notorious for coil packs and spark plugs. Don't replace them all. Don't let them tell you got to replace them all. Do them one at a time. So replace them as they go bad, because they're going to continue to go bad. I probably replace 1 or 2 a year on the Expedition.
Oh, believe it or not, we fixed the heater core problem
And what?
at the Taurus.
What was that?
Doc
That low on coolant
1500.
in the overflow tank.
Yep, it'll do that.
when it says minimum, maximum, and you're that far below the freaking maximum line,
Dodge 1500.
stupid.
That'd be your guys' line. When he accelerates, it feels like he's going over rumble strips.
See, what year?
What year's a Dodge?
Never had that issue, never ran into it, but
Bad plugs, wires, depending on the year, distributor,
I'll find
oil.
out.
Heavy misfire.
It's definitely an ignition issue. If it's happening during
18,
so that's a Hemi.
13,
Check coils.
2013, so that's a Hemi.
Check coils, check plugs.
Yeah, it's definitely. It's going to be the same thing. It's going to be a coil pack and spark plug issue. I don't know about the Dodges, but typically you just replace one at a time.
So you got an injector that's plugged and it's not
Plug
firing
injector.
on a cylinder.
pump or
Because that's only when he accelerates.
Yeah.
I check injectors.
Is it fluctuating at all at idle? Is the RPM fluctuating at all at idle? Yeah, because I just. Oh no, that was for the Escape. I was going to say there's a coil pack sitting up there, but that was for the Escape when I did that one. No, I haven't had to do one in the Expedition in a couple of years. But I really don't drive it that much.
Well, the last time
I finally did an oil change in after a year just because I felt like it needed to be done.
you remember Lyle.
Yeah.
He, his old man had the old Ford V10, 99 Ford V10. That thing was running on 6 cylinders for a long
it doesn't
time.
happen very often. No on the idle.
Okay, so then there's a couple of things that could be happening. I would, one, clean your mass airflow sensor.
You know.
So don't go buy a new one. Just go get some mass airflow cleaner. Try that first. Do that first. If it still does it after that, I would honestly bring it into a parts store, like typically O'Reilly's or something like that. Has a scan tool you can use and see if it's popping any codes. Because if it's something like that, it's usually going to pop a code. It will be something like lean on bank 2 or however they decipher it. So you've got two different issues that could happen because it's basically a heavy motor. So what they do is they've got an individual coil pack, which will cause it to lean out. If it comes up an O2 sensor, which it wouldn't be, an O2 sensor would be a constant issue, it wouldn't be intermittent. I'm guessing fuel-wise, it also could be the...
It pops a lot of codes.
Yeah, it could be a throttle positioning sensor too.
How far away?
some of those Hemis were like throttle body acting on too.
Yeah, you are correct.
How far away is it?
A long ways.
Okay.
That's almost, that's where the dump truck came from,
So long as
down by Rochester.
something that's sort of
I know I got something I'm supposed to be doing tomorrow. Oh, yeah, I got a staff meeting tomorrow night. I mean, we can roll it down. No, it's tomorrow night at 7 p.m.
Oh, I thought it was 7
p.m.
I'll try and make it.
Dang it, it's actually an 11.
Still a heavy. Anything after
Similar-
2000,
similar
anything
result.
after 2001. Oh, 2002, meaning after 2002.
Last year, they were Dodges.
2002 is when
third gen came out.
no, the third
Well,
gen
it's
came out in
still your
2001, but you had to upgrade to the Hemi option because you could get the 2001 new body style with the 360. You want to know how I know this? Because my daughter's mother, dad, worked for Daimler Chrysler, and he was the first one in the state of Minnesota to own one, and they had a 360 DH.
mother's daddy.
Look at your average person the first year of the third gen would be an 02. The reason I say that is because that's what my red one was.
Yeah, why would I for
4.7.
Not a Hemi.
Not a Hemi. What is it, a 360?
I'm not an eco diesel, is it?
Well, you cooked it.
Not a half done. That early?
Yeah.
I didn't think that was until like 13, 15, somewhere there.
It might be.
all sorts of confused. Who the hell buys a Dodge that new and they ain't got a head unit?
Sick.
Yeah.
No, I just don't know.
Well, it would help out because it's still the same things. It's still gonna have to be the coil pack system.
You had the 3.7 liter V6, the 4.7 V8s,
Oh, I forgot about the
and the 5.7.
but that's still a basic Hemi motor. It just wasn't advertised as a Hemi. I think that had the coil pack where it was all.
Then I know the eco diesels came out in 2014.
Your best friend, she goes, hey, so, I don't know, I haven't heard from you in a while. Just making sure you're still alive. I'm doing great.
My best friend.
Yeah. Who were we talking about earlier today?
Oh.
That we choose not to hang around or talk to. You understand who I'm talking about? You should. You might. Don't live in these parts anymore. Well, she never did.
Reed Goby says,
Drama
what's in the
twins.
cost, sir?
Married and unmarried.
Used to live with him.
Him,
Him.
his wife, messaged me.
I used to.
Oh, dear.
Okay.
Darn, I wish I had smarter friends because we gotta keep this family friendly. Wow, you made this
I
hard.
haven't talked to them in a long time.
I talked to you. Well, he snapped me earlier.
Really?
Yeah. I,
He said,
well, cussing will have.
it's in my part. It's such a byproduct.
Well, so
Okay, I would know that.
he snapped me earlier. Mind you, so I have would know that because of the covert of that. So I have hung out with them.
No, just all the freaking.
I see it.
I have hung out with them a couple of times since they lived down there,
Yeah.
and it was within the last year. There was drama going on as usual, and I said no more. He begged her, because I still have her on Snap, begged her to get my Snap. He had me on Facebook, has my phone number, hasn't changed in how long? 6 years-ish?
No, it's from
It was when I got the Note 10. I had that for 4 years. and I-
You're back to the military.
No.
First Christmas.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you had my number, right?
Yeah.
Had it for a while. He has the same number. Never messages me, never says nothing. Begs her to get my number, or get my Snap. Okay, so I had him back. I had him long. After everything that had happened up here. I've heard from him one time on Snap in the last year. Snap's me today.
Prospect, you ain't lying about that. So, what started this was I went to help my son move today. So you'll see a lot more of him on stream. Probably catch him on Half-Ass Garage stream on TikTok. But the thing is all of a sudden we're unloading the truck with the last load. He says, "Dad, you want these crawdads?"
No, we were loading.
Nope, unloading.
No, we were
No,
loading.
we were standing right back of the truck, and you
I
picked them
thought,
up.
I thought it was when we were
No,
loading.
you're like, "Dad, you want these?" I was like, "Yeah." And then all of a sudden, I was looking at them, walking all the way to the truck, and then I made where I got onto the main drag to go out to past the lake by your house.
Oh, yeah, I'll,
Yeah. So, yeah, I was like, "Nope, I'm making these tonight. I ain't waiting." Throw it on the floor.
I'm gonna throw it in the garbage can.
Don't matter. I got a whole pile of them
And you
right there.
wonder why your garage looks like the way it does.
Because then I gotta take that, after I clean that up, instead of just going to the dump trailer that's outside, then I'm gonna pull in front of the garage door and just start chunking everything in it.
Yeah, well, that makes it easier. That way you're not picking 40 of them up off the floor.
I don't. I shovel them off the floor with a screw shovel.
That's easy.
We just gotta cut those and bolt it, yeah.
I'll deal with all that smaller issues on that truck then.
The big
Some
issue
other
is
side.
that one.
Well, that one still don't have that big of issues either, but.
What's that?
Oh, he's.
You said dump trailer, which reminded me eventually we gotta put a receiver hitch on that.
And I have it.
Not worried about that. I'm not telling you anything with it.
Still gonna get put on just in case, you never know.
Right.
Whatever. That's the thing I like about you guys. You're just like, fuck it, we got it. What's going on? Bucket, by the way.
Bucket.
Bucket.
Kind of one of those things where I just go a little above and beyond of what I need to.
Yeah.
Hey, you ought to just shave your head, you know that?
Said
Way
diesel.
better looking bald.
Why-
Said diesel. My old one.
There's a freaking ball spot back there.
What about it?
All of a sudden I come in, yeah, we're doing this, and oh, we figured we just do this too. We're already this far, and I'm like, bro,
You know, that thing had a cleaner body.
On what?
Taking that
On
thing
your-
from you.
Oh, on the power stroke?
Yeah.
I don't want one with a clean body. I don't.
I'm saying if it did, I would be taking it from you. I
Here's-
don't care
here's-
what color it is.
My
I
problem.
miss mine.
Your one.
The problem is
Oh,
why.
no.
Here's the reason I don't like clean, nice trucks, because I don't want to mess them up. But when they're already junk, I don't care. I'll run it through the woods. I mean, I'll slide it in between trees to go pull cars out. I don't care. I don't have to care. That's the beautiful part about it.
Well, right, but I'm saying, if, like, that's why I've lost faith and hope in anything to do with the old one, because the body's just shot.
Who cares? Get it run and drive it.
Me.
Because you wanted the nicer look of it, and where he wants to look like it's beat up, because.
I got no problem with it getting
You know-
beat up.
No. You know
Well,
what I
I don't
like
want
about them
something-
when they're beat up? Is that all of a sudden you got about 7 1/4 horse in there, and you just walk past people and they're like, I just got.
Sleeper.
And this is not a cuss. I am the king of the shitbox nation, but there's nothing better than going past somebody, and that's been my MO forever.
Like my old Acura.
Yeah.
That thing,
well,
people looked at that thing and laughed because it had a busted out back window. I had a semi mud flat, self-tappered through a pillar.
oh my dirty. And then he comes. It starts falling off because he had to bring me home from the hospital after my heart attack. It starts falling off the car. Dad, you got any longer self-tappers, or what can we do with this? Oh yeah, I got some that ain't going nowhere.
Like 2-inch self-tappers.
So they're going into the interior panel. Don't bounce your head off that side of the car, because you're going to end up regretting it.
But you know what the best part about that? That was a Honda 3.0 VTEC. That thing had buried the needle, and the needle went to 100.
And you could run it all the way out of oil, and you just put oil back in it, and it just kept going.
That needle would hit 140 and bury it. It took a little bit after 100, but
At the grocery store, just a little bit ago.
Can you smell it now?
I could smell it before. You didn't hear me? I said I can smell the lemons.
Back to like that sleeper idea, that's what he keeps trying to push me to do to that Dodge.
Sleepers are my favorite. So here's the true story. So I had a really nice G-body 86 Cutlass.
Oh,
I had a fairly decent built 307 in it. This was why I know that you can't build 307s, because I stuck a lot of money thinking you could build a 307 Oldsmobile. And, you know,
Oh, by the way, he's advertising that motor as a 355 Rocket.
never put them in those cars.
They did.
No, they did not. They did not come in that G-body Cutlass style. The last time you seen a 355 Rocket was in 1978. The first gen
I don't know.
G-body.
It says they were in them. I did look it up, and I was like, there's no way, because I thought the same thing. It said it was a factory motor.
The 355
And that-
Rocket, if it would have been in anything, would have been the Hearst Oldsmobile. It would not have, and it would have been a stick car.
And that's what he's advertising it as, the 355 Rocket. It's on Facebook. I laughed. I almost commented on it and saying, hey, don't let this man fool you.
Yeah, that's a 307.
I know
So I looked at it, and when I looked, I know him just by looking
We
at
pulled
him.
the serial number off of it, remember?
Yeah.
Because we didn't know what motor was in it. Because Jim was telling me it was like a 450. I was like, no, not big enough.
Yeah, because
And
he
we
originally said it was a 455, and they said they used to drag race his car.
Yeah.
And I looked at it after he got it home. I looked at it and I'm like, that's a 307. That's garbage junk.
We looked up the serial numbers on it. And,
I looked it up for his sake. I know him just by looking at him. I was an Oldsmobile geek, and it all started out because when I was 7 years old, my mom got a 1970 Olds Cutlass Supreme, and this thing legitimately had the 350 rocket in it, and it was an automatic car, but it had been decked out. It had been done. It had all the high performance stuff on it. This car would do a burnout for almost a mile. It was nasty, posi, the whole 9 yards. It was just rotted all the way out. But go back to the old sleeper story. So I had my 307 built as far as you could go with the 307. It was literally as far as you could go. I mean, it would over. If I drove it, like I would go from like Montrose to Anoka, and then I'd have to shut it down for 2 hours and let it cool down. And you couldn't run it over 50 miles an hour doing that. You had to go out there 45 to 50 miles an hour to keep it cooled off, because I had the head shaved so thin, because it was one of the first non-interference motors. I had the head shaved so thin to get the compression ratio up that I was just like, all right. So anyways, I go out there. It was still a pretty nasty car for what it was. And this rusted out standard cab Ford Ranger sounded like it was running on 2 cylinders. This guy's like, do you want to race? The only thing that beat in that car at that point, at that time, was an Eagle Talon. And I mean, it was an all the way decked out, Nopey, retired car. And I was like, all right, yeah, we'll do it. So we went out to the spot. I go out and I take my cutouts off, and all of a sudden he hits some switch in there, and this thing, I mean, it's just, I'm like, I am. Well, we take off, and I mean, literally, he knocks the tires off, so I get the jump on him. I get about a car and a half out on him, and that truck just passes me like a rocket. I'm like, what in? So we meet up back in town, because that's the thing. The spot's good for one race. You get out of there, you're gone. So we went and did it. I met him back there, and all of a sudden I flip open the hood, and this dude's got a 347 stroker underneath the hood of that Ranger. He's got the tires tucked in the box, and the tub job on it is done with old window wells. You know, the window wells for egress windows. Yeah. But he took a hammer to him, beat him up. The truck is literally rusted. It was literally rivets holding this
Pretty
thing.
much a rat rat's Omaha.
No, it looked like a junk Ford Ranger. It didn't even look like a rat rod. It looked like a junk Ford Ranger. Like, it would be something you guys would cut up. It was rusted out. It was like, you could walk up to the door, reach up underneath the door, and stick your hands in there and touch the interior door panel.
You gotta watch what you say, what I would cut up. 'Cause I would cut up a brand new truck.
Well, I know that, but I'm just saying, if this thing rolled into your yard, the only thing you're going to do is cut it up, because it's absolutely worthless otherwise.
You know why I found out the 307s were worthless?
There's air pockets in the block.
Well, not only that, you know what that motor actually was? What was Chevy's smallest V8? What was it?
263.
It was like they have like a 280 series motor, 289 or something like that, like Ford's.
283, I think they have.
Yeah. That's all it was. It was a 283 punched out.
No, it was not. The 307, and I can tell you this, because building one, I did all the research you could do on them. The 307 was originally...
That's what I found out a few weeks ago looking it up. It said it was
Here's the
Dash
problem.
says 260.
260 it was? Okay. So the main thing is,
you got them in there already?
Yeah.
They got to be on that heat that long?
no, I'm just making sure the flavor seeps in good.
Well, I can smell them. I tell you what.
You can be the taste tester.
Hang on, let me be family friendly here.
Your little world.
to eat one of these.
Grab it by the tail, grab it by the head, give it a twist, pull it apart. The meat will be in the tail. Pull the meat out of the tail, eat that, and then suck in the front part.
Smells good.
Yeah, these are farm crawdads.
262. Sorry.
Because they're not lobstering. They're not lobstering all the way out. They're orange. I mean, they're the right color, but
They've also been frozen for 2 years.
here's the worst part. You read the instructions on these ones? You can take them out of this. If you don't eat them all, you can refreeze them.
Ooh.
I ain't doing it. Supposed to do that part second. That's where all the flavors at. They done?
Oh yeah.
Tender?
Yep.
Perfect. Go on that side. There's a valve right here underneath the table. Turn it off, please.
They're firm but tender.
I like that knife.
I seen that. I didn't see the handle, but I had seen it. You were saying it was your Christmas or birthday gift.
Christmas this year. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Do you want to ride with us? Crawdads.
What the heck are we gonna dump these out on?
We're not. I don't have a big enough table for them, so we're just gonna pick them out of the pot. Look at that. That's how everything turns out. That's why you only cut them in half.
Oh yeah,
Can
yeah.
you grab the camera for me, please? Unscrew it.
Oh, just unscrew the whole.
Same as yours.
Well, no, I knew that. I just was gonna grab the phone.
So I'm going to show you why you could only cut these in half. Like, why you don't want to overcut your vegetables. Stuff like that. You see them lemons? You see how the centers are all cooked out of them? Like if you were to squeeze them? You see how the color is coming out of the onion? That's why you don't smash, like right here, the garlic cloves. Look at them. They're waterlogged. You need those to last a while as they're boiling. So that's why you don't cut everything up real fine. That's why you don't smash it. None of that stuff. Okay. There you go.
I have that same one at home, or similar to that.
That's because you've seen mine. And I seen it from Soggy Wonka Customs. That's how I found out about him, because he had it at IceCon one year, and he gave me the link for him. The quick disconnect, OG showed me those, OG Burnout. I gotta get some more of those.
I don't use mine that often though.
I use mine every day.
That's gonna be hot. How's the seasoning?
Good.
Yeah? I'm a little worried about that because they didn't have my normal.
Not overdone. They got a little bit of a heat to them on the backside.
Damn it.
You dropped something.
I dropped my carrot.
Is that camera set right? I don't know. Does it need a
Yeah,
move?
that's good.
Okay. What are you doing?
It's literally hanging.
Oh, it's screwed to the wall. Okay. It's actually not, now that they've been sitting the ones on the top of the wall. What now?
They're what?
He was saying let it cool. I said they're actually not too bad now.
Twist
All I
right
do
here.
is I just
Hang on to the tail, the head, give her a twist. Pull her
when you're
apart.
eating the meat, you use your teeth and you push a little bit on the inside of the tail. my heart, and you know it.
Try what's up?
I'm getting there.
Where'd it go? What's that?
Twist.
I'm watching.
Pull it apart.
It's funny that you're that, and here's just.
Don't think I could even bring myself to trying them mini space aliens.
We
Boy, they're so good.
What? Dash says it? Wow. You would be surprised.
Come on, Dash. We'll just cover them full of ranch dressing for you.
I could sit here and just eat that whole pot myself. I about guarantee it. What was that? 5-pound sack, I think.
They had the 40-pound sacks on sale at Walmart. I couldn't bring myself to buy one.
Of these?
Yeah.
Is that yours or is that mine?
What?
Probably be an improvement.
Oh, but they're so good.
I can't believe you right now. I don't even know if we can be friends anymore.
So basically, what it is the meat and the tail, and then when you suck on the front part, it takes this juice that's sitting in there. So that's why you eat the meat, and then you take the juice out of the head, and then you get that little kick at the end, that seasoning kick. That's where that comes from.
Not bad at all. I don't know why he put ranch on that.
He doesn't like ranch.
Oh.
Do it the other way once. Take the tail meat out and then suck on the head. Tastes way better, promise you.
I don't think you realize who you're talking to.
See, I get that.
It's good either way.
Right, but you get that flavor kick at the end when you do the seasoning after the meat.
Or you just suck it down first, don't swallow, and go. Family friendly.
We listen and we
Don't judge.
You kind of said it right, but it's just other people's minds took it.
Oh.
Well, much more of a crack shot than that. Oh, I finally missed. I was hitting that bag that was about closed, and I was hitting it every time.
Damn it.
Oh, that's what happened to one of my first couple.
Yeah, that's just.
So actually, another way to do it, I think they say, is you hold your hand when you twist it. You go back like a knuckle, and you try and break it off behind.
Yeah.
That way you got more tail there.
Or is it like back here more?
Well, that didn't work.
So if that happens, you can take the tail. So you do this part, right? And all of a sudden you mess the meat up. Go back here, do the same thing, but you kind of peel the scale back,
So the shell.
peel the shell back, and then
I'm not sure if like this PG-13 chat when Junior is so ripe for the picking.
Bring it on. Bring it on.
No.
Well, Junior's what?
So there is one thing, you know who Dash Life is, right?
Maybe.
Yes. You know
Okay.
who he is.
You know who he is.
I know of him, but yeah, through your chat and stuff, yes.
No, you went to his house.
You know who he is.
The throwdown.
What's that?
The throwdown.
No.
Redneck Throwdown.
Okay. No, I haven't been out there for that.
But
I didn't make it the one year.
nonetheless,
We had that concert.
when we sit and I've been out there, but nonetheless, when Dad is on stream and I am on stream with him, it is a constant back and forth banter. You think me and my dad got it out bad when we banter? That man will put my dad to shame when it comes to me. He has got a.
Because I'm your dad.
He has got a. How do you say this in a family-friendly way?
He has a plethora
Keep
of
it clean.
one-liners that will make you look bad.
Might as well just grab that garbage can and bring it over there.
Got just the right kick to him.
It does.
Yeah.
Perfect. I'm really surprised, honestly, with how long they were in there, that they're not overdone. But I see a lot of guys that do this that are not in there very long. 5-10 minutes most.
Right, but the thing is because these were frozen,
Yeah. And you can taste it they were frozen.
so
Some of them you can tell.
it could have actually sat a little bit longer and it wouldn't have stuck so hard to the shell.
Yeah, but I like the consistency of the meat. Otherwise they start to get mush. Remember when we used to deal with that? There's nothing worse. Go ahead.
Put it out here.
So, do you eat the veggies too, or are you just gonna fill up on the aliens?
Yeah, I mean, people eat the veggies, but I don't. I'm a carnivore. Yeah, usually when they put it out, they lay out a whole spread. Like I said, I like the lemon flavor a little more than putting the orange in there. The reason I don't like orange citrus in it is because it seems to overpower it a lot.
Out of it, so that changed it quite a bit.
What's that?
Oh, that last time, I finally got the freaking full meat out of that tail. That changed the whole.
Good, huh?
Am I gonna say am I a real fan of having the
Bring them apart.
It's a bit of work.
stuff, but
If I had fresh ones, it's way different.
yeah.
And I will get some. My crawdad connection no longer is alive. So when it happens, I'll let you over when I do a fresh one. But then
Believe it or not, I've caught one. One. Only one. But I have caught one. Because they are in Minnesota.
so you gotta purge them before you cook them.
They're in local lakes.
Well, I
Just
guess
outside.
Jim Alley says I would be all in on the veggies.
Until I saw the claw part, and I'm like, just caught these damn things.
The only issue that you're gonna have with veggies in here is you're gonna find out they're really, really waterlogged. That's why I put the carrots in there, so that way if somebody wants to pick at the carrots,
They don't have a lot of flavor. The point of them is the flavor is supposed to come out of those to make what you have.
yeah. So
Now, so another thing.
Dash says that Jim Alley won yet, more than the aliens.
so
when you cook
I'll show
them,
you here.
They have vegetables that you tend to eat. A lot of, your common boils have potatoes in them. That's another thing that'll soak up the flavor. So you dump this out across an entire table. They'll take potatoes, cobs of corn, stuff like that. That'll
I'll
soak
let that
up the
cool down for a
flavor.
minute, and I'll show you why. I'll show you why the vegetables aren't very good.
Stale crackers are good.
So you see, those are bright red onions. Bright red onions. It literally cooks everything out of them. They're just waterlogged at that point.
How does that onion taste? Just shot, no flavor.
Where those usually have a pretty good bite, all you case is the seasoning.
the water.
It almost tastes like
Mushy.
an onion from a pot roast.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of flavor because the flavor from that vegetable is used to flavor the pot roast.
Some of the ones we're pulling in on meat.
But you can do potatoes. Like a lot of people use potatoes. But
Because that's something that'll soak up the flavor. Because they're dry, starchy, and so
Yeah.
you'll get that little bit of kick flavor in those.
Make more bad.
The old ground pounder.
the legend in locating.
I gave you this back. You took it back.
Yeah, that's the one you had. I gave you the big one.
Yep. Because when you got laid off, you gave me the big one.
Oh, when I left. Or no, when I got laid off, yeah.
Yeah. Because I left before you did.
That thing will drive through this concrete. Like powder.
Oh.
I grabbed that through this concrete.
Well, some of the ones we were pulling in on leach outlets, double, not triple leads.
Should have kept them.
Tommy used one of them as bait since he got picked so bad.
Yep. So the thing is, in the summer, when you get to those northern lakes, you want to know what's a common color? Red. Red is a very common color, and they actually have a crawfish color. Like you look at Rapala, they have one that imitates this exact color combination. Brighter towards the top, and it kind of gets, it looks like it's a spotty or dark color. When you get towards the bottom, they imitate these.
I always never really cared for the northern plate and all that. Pull with them.
Yeah.
And you can pick them up and eat some of it.
Yep.
Oh, but you can see Shane's, or you can ask Shane the difference that happened when I kept landing into him on leech.
He enjoyed that.
And actually, the further north you get, the more prevalent this color is for a lure.
Right. I was kind of mad that that one wasn't. It was quarter inch short.
Jim Ali says if you threw in some mushrooms, they would have soaked up a lot of flavor and been delicious.
I think people do. They'll take full.
I
mushrooms
honestly,
and
all the
all
vegetables, the only thing that's really worth eating is carrots, corn, and potatoes. Everything else is just garnish, and mushrooms don't make a bit of difference. The problem is the mushrooms, you'll hate them because they'll get really soggy, mushy. You got to remember, this is rolling at a full rolling boil the entire time. So it's not like a simmer where things meld together. This is a rolling boil. It's the entire time you're cooking it. This isn't like normal cooking, like you're doing a pot roast or you're melding stuff together.
Like
This
when I
is
was up north.
fast extraction of flavor.
I was about 45 minutes north of Duluth. And we were fishing up there. And you're in the iron range at that point, so everything has a redder tint to it. But I'm not shitting you. I'm crapping you. I've never caught walleyes that fast. Running this color on a number 7 Rapala, it was stupid. I mean, there was times where we had 4 lines off that boat trolling, and everybody would hook up at the same. It was stupid.
Run through school of them.
I was a little irritated when Beth come walking through that house with that.
That
but
25?
That was actually decent for her to actually grab it though, or get it. Sorry.
Tommy's middle-aged daughter pulled in the 25.
Second oldest.
That's
Oh,
middle.
yeah, middle. Yeah, you saw that, didn't you?
And actually, it made it on Only Outdoors this page.
No,
That was the only. They said they sent them all in, but that was the only one out of the whole group that made it in. God, because what was it? 2 in the
Dash
morning?
says, have a great night, guys.
You too, sir.
You do.
You too. What?
Put one in front of the camera.
You do.
It was like 2 in the morning when that one come through.
I didn't even look at my phone.
Jim Ali says you add mushrooms in the last 2 minutes of cooking.
Oh, yeah. I guess I've had it both ways with or without mushrooms, and I've just I've never noticed any difference, but I'm not a vegetable guy.
I'm not shy.
The sweet corn I'll eat. I like the sweet corn because the sweet corn, the seasoning sticks to it. Like when you pull it out, you let the sweet corn cool down. I like that.
I don't know what I did there, but
Or you take the taters and you mash them down, throw some butter and sour cream on them. They're like that. But
But when you're looking and you're like, you don't know what you're gonna need to get more like up in the head
Yeah.
part. I've gotten that a couple times. I'm like, yeah, whatever, I'll find out.
I can tell you that. I'm sure Ron taught Alex how to do it, but Alex makes really good fish too.
nope.
Dad had nothing to do with that. I found that one out on my own. Dad found the seasoning.
Yeah.
I found the way to cook it.
All them panfish that one year.
Yep, on the sunny.
That was just on a whim, him trying it.
Oh, really? That was just a.
He said, I'm going to try this, Dad. What do you think? I said, well, that sounds pretty damn good. Let's try that out.
And that was actually, so what that was so I normally do the Cajun style of that seasoning, and Dad's guts can't handle it. So I actually had to cut that half and half with the original.
Really?
Yep.
And it turned out to be the best seasoning in the world.
I watched the world's pickiest kid smash more fish than his damn dad did.
Because I remember him saying, "Oh, he'll never eat it. He'll never eat it."
That kid went back for plate after plate.
I mean, we had.
There wasn't a fish left over. Well, we had everybody's limit.
Yeah.
I mean,
We had
Alex
over-
and I had to catch everybody's limit, but that's okay.
We had over 90 sunfish that day.
He just told me, keep catching them, Dad. I'll keep cleaning them. I'm already cleaning all these ones. All right. So I would. He got, what'd you get? You got 2 limits out of that house, and then I still
Oh, it
get-
was more than that. My Yeti bucket was full. I went to a second bucket.
Yeah. Out of.
Dang, man.
Yeah, I'm glad I gave them to you because you got a wild hair up your rear that I wouldn't have gotten tonight. I'm glad you did.
Boy, you'd have been bumming if you decided not to show up, huh?
Oh no, we knew we were coming.
And now you guys learned how to eat crawdads, so now when you see them, you'll be like, yeah, let's see if they're better than Ron.
Most places that you'll find aren't, because the places that you'll find them is Chinese restaurants.
Yeah.
And
The one in Wilmer used to be, the old one that was in Wilmer,
Oh, yep.
they used to do it right.
Chen Garden. But you could tell, Dad and I could go in there, and you could tell when they'd been sitting in the warmer too long.
Yeah.
Because they were friggin' mush.
Yeah,
You couldn't take, so when you go to take that piece of tail meat out,
Yeah.
it just ripped. You won't get it all.
But we also learned that if you go in there and you clean them out right away, even if they're crap, they'll put fresh ones in.
Yeah.
And it got to the point to where we didn't touch anything else. We would go
Just
4 or
frog
5
legs?
plates. Oh yeah, the
Frog
frog legs
legs,
too.
yeah.
Frog legs, crab legs, and
Crawdads.
crawdads.
I got to the point where I didn't care about the crab legs or the frog legs though. It was bad.
Wow, you and them damn mussels.
Yep, the cheesy mussels.
He'd start out with it'd be a half a plate of cheesy mussels and crawdads. Because I yelled at him the one time we went there because he took all the crawdads. I said, listen, you're going to save me some until I get over there.
Because I knew exactly where I was going.
Because he went over there and he took them all. And he's like, what? I said, you took them all. I'm going to eat some of yours. Oh, that was all of them?
Yeah.
Well, we knocked them out quick.
Good cooking, Dad.
Great cooking.
Oh, thanks.
Problem is, I don't feel any less empty than I did before. I could go eat another 2 pounds of that and feel just fine.
Oh, yeah. You're not going to get that full off them.
Right.
You
See now, there is one Chinese restaurant that I know that still has those. They're always overcooked when I show up. But when I just get the hankering to where I gotta have them, I know where I can go. Good Lord, my fingers look like prunes.
Yeah.
I can hear Alex now. I gotta get Dad a scoop so we can do a 40-pound bag next time.
Oh shit, we'll do a couple.
Smells wonderful.
No, actually, what I'll do is I'll build a big boiler. I'll go over to Phil's garage and I'll build a big boiler, big cooker. I'd have to use his welder and his plasma cutter.
I'll do.
No, I can build a big boiler out of a 55-gallon drum. So that way when you turn it, everything just lays out, comes out in a strainer basket.
I know you've seen Steel Cracker.
Yeah.
Some of them drums that he gets, man.
Now, see, they started manufacturing them. They used to never be able to buy them. You had to go through, and all of a sudden that dude made it really popular, so they're all over.
Yeah.
Like I used to do this on an open fire with a big old pot.
Yep.
And then I had an ice fishing scoop that I would just ladle everything out. Because I've never had one of the, like, theirs have the strainers on them, the big strainers that they dump them into, the big huge baskets. Yeah. You never could get those.
Right.
And now they've got them to where, like, your table's over here, and you just take your basket, flip it over. And
yep.
Because it got more popular, per se.
Have you ever tried it with the Sunny D?
What's that?
Like, any kind of boils with Sunny D?
No.
I've watched some of the videos where they do Sunny D, and then they do the...
See, this is the problem. It's like steak, like cooking steak.
Yeah.
Steak is very simple.
Yeah.
Very, very simple to cook. When people start getting into this, oh, you got to do this, you got to do that. It's a chunk of meat, man. Throw some heat to it.
Yep.
Eat it. Just like these. You don't have to make it. You literally cut everything in half. That's all you do. Like, you go
Just
out.
looking to get the flavor out of the inside of them.
That's it.
Are you at least saving the broth you just made?
No.
It smells good, but it doesn't do any good.
Well, I mean, what do you do with it? They literally, they call it discard. I mean, like I said, if I was making an actual meal...
What all you got in there? Just onions?
It's onions, garlic, lemons, peppers, and...
Definitely taste the peppers.
well, I put
That's
sweet
actually
peppers
not.
in there.
That's actually not the peppers. That heat that you're feeling, that's right out of the seasoning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I went mellow because I didn't know how you guys were with spice.
That was perfect. To be complete, I mean,
So the thing is like I like the Zatarans, but they didn't have this like the separate Zataran seasonings to melt it together.
a way to dip out of that damn pot.
You
Darn pot.
probably have to go in the house and find something in the drawers alongside the fridge.
It's full of nutrients from the veggies.
So that's all I was going to get close to is looking for.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you can only see the ones, but I get it.
Either that or you have to go out. No.
What?
No, that's got to go in the house.
I was just going to take the front screen off of it.
Yeah, no, that's got to go in the house. That's the one for my bedroom downstairs.
You'd have better luck, fish house.
Go to the fish house and go clean the ice scoop off.
No, I was just going to try the one of the peppers and then one of the garlic sets.
No, I mean, that's simple enough. Oh, shit, that garbage can's got a hole in it. Grab that gray bucket.
Should I put my phone away to grab it?
That's simple enough. Put that garbage can in. Oh, wait. Never mind.
You good on heat? Or do you want something to grab it with? You got a hat over there. Alright. Yeah, just look how dehydrated them lemons are. Everything else is just going to be mush.
Yep. But so everybody sees. Give the garlic close.
Did you skin them or no? Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Most people don't. Hell, they just throw it in there.
No, I skin them because that way I know that it's going to bust them out right away. I skin them and then I cut them in half.
Oh.
I don't do the whole smash thing because
No, I've seen a lot of guys, all they do is they just take them, as they're still
Yeah.
skin on, and they cut them in half. You have that camera?
No. So, like this. So this is the most solid thing in here. This is carrot. But, like, literally, it's still kind of firm. That's why people put potatoes and sweet corn in there, so you have some sides. I didn't do that because that wasn't the intention of this. One, because there's no sweet corn, otherwise that would have been in here. But
Pretty sad when I literally, like, you look at a chunk of garlic,
it's a half a clove of garlic.
and it's minimal flavor.
It's mush. It's literally mush.
And you don't, I mean, you can taste the garlic, but you really don't.
So the Zatarans that I got comes in a boil bag, like that. And then you gotta have Tony's. If you don't put Tony's in it, you're not doing it. In my opinion, if you ain't got Tony's in your crawdad boil, it ain't a real crawdad boil. Not bad. $3 bag. It added some good flavor to it.
Like you said, what that pot tastes like is basically a pot roast. There's not a lot of flavor. All the flavor's been sucked out of everything else. I mean, granted, I can eat onions like apples, but them onions, there's no flavor to them. All it is mush. The garlic is very, very minimal garlic.
That's the biggest thing with the boil. Like crawdads, all you're basically doing is warming them up. You're not really. It's not like you're cooking them, but the biggest thing is getting the flavor out of the vegetables into the meat.
It does taste like pot roast vegetables. Not a lot there. They're soft, which is kind of nice, but
That's why in a pot roast they put potatoes and carrots in there, so that way that's your thing. The onions, the garlic, and everything else in your pot roast is for the flavor for the meat.
yeah. But even the carrots, they didn't really soak up a lot of flavor.
They don't. They're not supposed to.
Right.
That's supposed to be your garnish.
Yeah.
That's why I made carrots in this one, so that way if everybody wanted something else to chew on,
Well, that's kind of what we're doing right now.
yeah, that's what they're there for. I was semi thinking because I'm like, well, 4 guys and that little bit of crawdads, I'd eat that myself, but I figured I'd at least be courteous and invite everybody.
You and I both.
Oh,
do you think?
hey, when I was your age, youngin', well, I was younger. By the time I was your age, I was looking down the barrel of 20-something years in prison. But I used to sit down and boil them out like that. Go to the traps and go get them.
Yeah.
Bring them home, purge them, because it's a 3-purge system. So one day, put them in a clean pool. You don't use city water. Oh, I hate it when people use city water. You go find, I don't care. You got to go buy gallon jugs of
Purified water.
right. Yeah. So first day, you put them in there. Throw like a bag of ice in there to keep the water kind of cool. You don't want them to get overheated because if you get overheated, they die. They're gross. They're done. So the first day you put them in there, you got to have at least 2 Rubbermaid totes. You put them in the first one. Next day you scoop them all out, put them in the second one. Empty the first one out. The third day, usually by 3 days of purging them, they're clean.
Yeah.
It gets all the crap out of them. All you're looking for is see if there's sediment in the water. Once all the sediment in the water's gone,
Yeah. Once it's clean water.
yeah, and that's it. Matter of fact, I might talk to some of the local trappers around here and see if they give me a bunch. I did find out how to catch some things through the ice though.
Oh yeah.
So when I had the one on my underwater camera this year on Snapchat,
Yeah.
guy says, well, you want to learn how to... I said, man, I wish I could catch them messing up through the ice. He's like, it's really easy, dude. He said, just drop your jig down in front of it, they'll latch onto it, just pull it really slow.
Yep. That's how I caught it in the summer.
The only thing that scares me about Maple Lake is that some bitch has got toe grabbers in it. Toe grabbers? Or a little venomous bug that bites you and fuck you up pretty good.
Nice to up for
That's you up pretty good, thank you.
Disrupt you fire truck.
So when I was up north this year, my buddy went and got us a bucket minnows for fishing up in the iron mines. Taconite mines. and been reaching in there all day, grabbing stuff, and all of a sudden one of the programmers come up, and I'm like, I would have been in bad shape or worse way. Especially with neuropathy. Look it up. Look up programmer. Dang, I really wanted to go see if Walmart's got another bag of it. That whole mixture, that whole concoction of seasoning, everything was less than $30.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, did I tell you I tried that fish seasoning that we wanted to try?
Which one?
Steel crackers.
Yeah.
Lion.
Really?
Waste a nice coat when you fry it. Nice thin. There's texture to
I
it.
still like to drink
It's
actually.
like almost like overly
You
bland.
said toe cracker?
What? Yeah.
See,
Toe biter. Toe biter. It's called. Toe biter.
so you know what I did?
Toe biter insect.
You could fill my palm with the amount of cayenne pepper, red pepper flakes, anything that had any heat to it that I threw in a Ziploc bag, even mixed with it. Just this little like 8-ounce bag or whatever the hell it was to finally give it some flavor. And it still wasn't hot. There was, I don't even know. Never see that one compared to my Cajun.
Oh yeah, you gotta watch out. There's some bites around here.
Those are those strawberries we're talking about. Actually.
Yes, sir. I'm just streaming, did a crawdad boil in the garage. Check it.
Oh, Alex, that was on my list of something to try.
How'd that go?
That is one of my favorites. I can sit and eat. Holy crap, we got two things after this done this year.
Yeah. Each lake with one of them.
Oh, yeah. And then, crawfish
Well,
boil.
I wouldn't mind like either red or lake for once too.
Both of them are good.
I heard, I was told most of the season red sucked.
A lot of people don't want to give up secrets of places on that lake.
You know.
Because like last year, I went up there with my mom.
You know.
Everybody else was 10 plus miles out. We were like 3. Went out the side of the road. And we got home.
Not much. Getting ready to clean the garage up, get that done. Kid hand me a sack of crawdads tonight, so I brought home 4 of them up for
Then
that.
it also helps that certain people know certain people try, so try something
Right.
different.
Yeah.
See, we didn't do a lot of jigging up there already, or on Beach either.
Sometimes
Yeah.
you can, sometimes you can't. It all depends on the fish.
I gotta
I mean,
get the garage done, get the basement done, and then
away from the
get ready for
Yeah.
school, freaking move around.
open water season.
Yeah.
yeah, like, it was still good.
You just bringing the razor down there then?
That face sounds familiar.
No, I wouldn't
He's
either.
just at the house, what, a couple weeks ago?
That's when you break stuff.
Damn, it didn't take too long either.
You forget to tighten this down or forget to line this up right and something breaks and not to mention you need a little time to break in that new
What was the name of
motor.
that place?
Which one?
Over behind Casey's?
All public market.
Yes, yes. I should,
What?
he wants to see, he wants to go over there and look at dressers. Yeah, I would have told you to go to Home Choice, like I told you originally, but they don't have them in there.
What?
Dressers. I didn't see anything today.
You know, I think they said though, even if they don't have it in that store, they can probably get it from a different store.
It'd come out of St. Cloud or somewhere.
Right.
'Cause I know we.
All I know is when it's done, I'm coming over to go for a ride.
Public market is also under different ownership too.
They're not open on Sundays.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, Lincoln don't have it no more? Okay.
Some Mark,
Okay.
I think it is.
That I didn't know. I still thought
What
they
did you
could
say
open-
the other one was? Home Choice?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're not open tomorrow either. I know that's who both of us got our beds through the bottom half of my toolbox yesterday.
Yep.
And for example, if you don't make it in there right away, they'll call you, remind you about payment, and you get oh shit. And like a couple of times that I've done it, and I was out in North Dakota, told them what day I think I could. Oh yeah, no problem. Or you could do it online too.
Yeah.
And,
And then if you can't, if you're broke or something on that payday,
yeah, ask him about that one.
they
I seen her
do
the
what
other
they
day.
call defer.
Mm-hmm.
Which if you got $10,
But
you give them
unfortunately,
$10
I was
and they put the rest
on a
of-
mission, so
rest
it's
of it
like
on
stop it, grab
to
something,
the
eat, say hi, and go.
It's just like you're tacking on another one.
Doing a mission for the big supervisor, so it's like you want to make it look good, fast and efficient.
Actually, it helps with the credit.
That ain't gonna help me.
I probably would have, but it was coffee hour.
I'm high enough where it's not gonna help.
There ain't no sitting
70
anywhere.
It ain't gonna do anything for me.
Still should.
Anything that
All it's gonna show is payment history.
and
And
then
my payment history's at 100%.
But hey, she had some hot breakfast sandwiches in the warmer. I was like, yep. Or otherwise, I'd ask her to make me my steak, egg, and cheese
mine
sandwich.
just jumped quite a bit.
I don't feel like taking payments on it, you know.
Right.
Cheap payment, so.
Yeah, I just.
20, $30.
And she had a whole bunch of people in there, and it's like, no, I'm not gonna go bother.
I just paid off.
I'll get her next time.
It was $66.
2 weeks. You were doing it when I had my pay periods, remember? So you're doing it over 2
Okay,
weeks.
so it could have been 30
Yeah.
a week. But
Do you ever have a peaceful week?
so on the very high end, $70 a week.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like
On a
that,
bed.
like that couch I was looking at, they had it.
$30
freaking looked at it was like $30 a week. That one I was telling you about
And
for $2,500.
so all the
Sometimes when you get
Somebody like take down payments, like if no, but I'm saying if you walk in there and say I got $500 now and then I can pay the rest.
probably
Oh, okay.
if you walk
they
in
would
there, you
look
get
at it as a
approved.
down payment. You gotta go through their approval thing.
You'll have to
So,
do
yeah.
the approval first, and then once you get approved, they do all the paperwork.
Well, you gotta make time to dig that crest liner out.
Sometimes they only ask like a 10% freaking down payment. But, you know, like you just say you got $500 to flat down, they're not gonna probably deny that, no.
No.
Right.
I mean, granted, it's by your pay here, but I mean, for people that have horse credit. See, the first time I applied through the St. Cloud store.
Yeah, I'll
denied.
get my. Right now, I'm waiting to find out what's
Same
going on
here,
with the Subaru because right now we're looking at a $10,000 bill on the Subaru. So that's. I'm
You had
pitching
me do
pennies
it
at the
first,
moment.
yeah. And then all of a sudden I get approved. Nobody ever gets
never
denied.
seen anybody get denied. And we both said really because in St. Cloud we got denied.
Like weird. And then all of a sudden,
Yeah, the juicer should be on there yet.
we first got approved at $1,500.
I-
And they worked with us because
Yeah,
the
they
ones
did.
we wanted were almost 2 Gs.
Yeah.
With the frame.
Yeah.
I refuse his. So
I would tell you just sell it for 35. I've got a boat. As much as I like that boat, it's
Yeah.
just I don't want to commit to you and then be like the jet ski where all of a sudden life falls apart around me and I can't make it right with you.
At, what is that, McMillan's or whatever?
Yeah.
Then we go over to Home Furniture right next door.
Slumberland.
Or yeah. Going there and I'm looking at a bed. Me pricing out the bed that I wanted with the pillows, the sheets, and
Oh,
everything,
yeah.
$7,500. And I'm like, what?
They're a little higher.
And then that afternoon,
Yeah.
I
What are you
decided
doing
to
tomorrow?
take a good old trip to the old Kangaroo Island County Sheriff's Office. Or county jail, I should say.
Alright. Well, I got a garage full of people and I'm streaming, so what I'll do is I'll come out and see you tomorrow.
You had to go for a short vacation.
Alright. Alright,
I'll
brother.
tell you the walk though.
Right.
The walk from there back to the hell was it like 4th Avenue sucked. Or whatever it is. Yeah, like 2 or 3 streets back from Speedway there on
Oh,
3rd.
3rd Street?
Yeah. Their old house, right kitty corner from Borka.
Yeah.
Yeah, I walked from there all the way down to the house.
To what house?
To Sarah and Katie's.
Oh, from the jail.
Yeah. Down 71. All
You
the way
didn't have your
over.
phone at all, did you?
No, I did, but it was dead.
Oh.
And they told me, oh yeah, we'll get you a phone charger before you get out here. Let's charge it 15, 20 minutes. That way you can call somebody. As soon as I get out, and yeah, I got told, nope, piss off.
They were supposed to call me so I could go get them.
He was calling up there, they were calling up there, because they all knew I was supposed to be released that day.
Yeah.
They were told that, but that was it. Because they all watched my hearing on Zoom.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I knew he was getting ROR'd before he even went to court. They told me that flat out there because I called up there. All right, what do I got to do? I need to get him an attorney today. What are we doing? They're like, no, we're gonna ROR him. Just hold tight. If nobody wants anything else out of that basket, if you would, all that stuff has got to go in the main garbage can right away.
Yeah.
Because I don't want the critters getting at it.
Yep, maybe just dump it in here and then dump it in the other one.
That's fine.
Anybody else?
No, I'm good.
No?
Man, that seasoning was good. I can't believe that seasoning in a bag turned out so good. Like, you can taste the Zatarans, but that seasoning in a bag, that made a world of difference. The Zatarans where the little spice comes from,
Oh, okay.
where the kick comes from. I'll wash everything tomorrow because I got to wash the bathtub. Don't forget the bags, Alex. Thank you.
So yeah, I'll just trust it because obviously that was the first time trying that. So, but yeah.
Well, I've never seen seasoning in a bag. Usually I go buy all the individual components. You know, I've never done that before, but I'm like, it's all they got, so I'm going to try it. I'm kind of stuck. They don't have all the other seasoning stuff, so it's like, I'm looking, and I'm like going back to the veggie aisle trying to find stuff, and I'm like, because usually I make my own, outside of the Tony Satcheries, I make my own seasoning for it. I add all my own stuff, and it's like, I know I didn't have enough here at the house, not for, you know, because that's an entire case of water in there. Yeah. Now that I know what this pot works like, I'll just have, when I go to do it, then I'll just bring one of the big jugs out next time. So, trip on in.
Oh, shit. Crap. I'd leave that in here. That's going to make this place smell real nice for a while.
Oh, I'll throw it out because I want to see during the daytime because I'm going to throw it in behind the rhubarb patch. Dogs won't go in behind the rhubarb patch because there's
Thorns.
buckthorn. So I don't have to worry about them getting at that because I'm giving them shit for sure.
And it's going to look like a freaking rocket sled going across the yard.
Oh, there's a...
Matt says howdy.
6 foot flame.
What's up, Matt?
Out the rear of that dog. Fucking.
You missed it, man. We did a whole crawdad boil. Got half-ass garage over here. Got youngin' over here.
Holy crap. 10 after 9 already?
Yeah. I think the neighbor's gonna come over
Which one?
across the road.
I don't know who that is.
Barrican says, where was my invite? Matt says, hi guys. Sorry took wife to hockey game.
Okay.
How's it going, Matt?
Bucky game? Who's the Bucky?
I think you
Or
said hockey.
Buckeye?
Oh shit, the phone's gonna die.
You got a cord
No,
number?
no. And them charging blocks that I bought off of Amazon are garbage. So they were the highly recommended ones.
Love craw boil.
Yeah, man. That one worked.
Alright, I gotta start buying different colors now.
What?
I dropped your guest to follow.
Thank you.
I try to stay away from the colors he buys.
In other words, so it don't get mixed up.
Yeah.
Now, I kept your hands on one of my Zippos.
See, I don't,
That's a
I
different
don't like
story.
those.
I've got 3 of them.
Oh boy. Yeah. Talk about close. I was at 5%.
Ooh. Stream almost ended inadvertently.
Yes, it did.
We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Have a good one.
Oh, crap.
Dang, today was the first.
Yes, sir. That's why I was so focused on getting my stuff out of there. Because she comes back on Monday. I paid for February, not March rent.
I don't
I didn't plan on paying for March. What?
I'm not looking forward to watching this.
Why?
What?
Why? Is it that bad down there?
No. It's just I gotta do it in the bathtub. And I gotta make sure that I gotta scrub the tub.
You know you do that? Do it in the bathtub, dump it out, and then just turn the shower on for about 5 minutes. That's for it. I do that with my floor mats in the truck all the time. I hate to cut it short, but I still have a room, but kind of get organized so I can sleep in a bed.
What?
I haven't touched anything since you left.
What just... Why?
Because we were out in the garage, got my trailer moved, got 2 trucks moved, got the Duramax out, black truck in, my trailer back into the yard.
I started pulling that mutual safety switch off, and then it said, "Come up here."
Yep. Because that's when I asked you how soon is it ready, and you said 20-30 minutes. I'm like, we need to go because we got stuff to make.
Look, he showed up. There would have been nothing hot egg at 1 o'clock.
It still boiled for another 25 minutes after we got here.
It's because the vegetables were soft.
No, I get it, but we had plenty of time.
They were still floating. I didn't expect the steak to take that long. But then I realized I didn't have this turned all the way up either.
Well, are we taking off or?
I'll go to pick up one
And it's him. He likes to freaking have his shit on no matter what.
You want to take the red truck back in case you need parts? I mean, you got 2 able bodies here. You can drive home. It's got a full tank of fuel in it.
I know the one part that no way.
It's better to have it, not need it, than need it, not have it.
Yeah, and I did make a comment that freaking if we did go that route, it's already there, so when I get it done and start
Is
working,
it that or something that 4 mile
I
drive?
start doing it tomorrow. I suppose.
Yeah, don't start that one until you leave. But, yeah, it's got straight. It's got some pretty nice tools on it. It's running.
That's loud.
And it's right close to the neighbor's house. That's a start out the truck. It warms up quick.
Box fight. At least.
Oh yeah, there you go. Box have your water pump put in.
Yeah.
At least my first step was figuring out what box my sheets are in. Get the beds in, and then start to just.
Did you get 3D upstairs yet?
You know, we didn't touch anything there.
If they don't fit, shoot me a message so I know because I got to take that with the wall mount. Because you have to use the wall mount with that one. There's no setting on it.
It ain't got no legs?
So, true story. When we got this TV, I didn't put the legs on it right away.
Yeah.
My wife took the box out perfect. Guess what the legs were? In the box. But it is, because yours is a Vizio, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's Vizio's one.
I use my phone because the TV remote that he gave me with that is not a Vizio remote.
I don't know, I have the actual remote for that one. But here's the thing, you'll find out with a Vizio, you get any Vizio remote, they all work on the same TVs. That's why her and I, we couldn't have the same TVs. So that's why I went to the Amazon Fire TV, because like when I was using that TV for gaming in the living room,
I remember that.
I would change the channel, or is that
Take the 100 foot.
Well, I think, yeah, the one in her room is a Vizio, but that's why we can't have the I can't have my chair across from the hallway. Otherwise it turns the TV on. So either I have to sit way back or sit way forward. That's why my chair is where it's at.
Pretty darn good. If I could fit my head in it comfortably, I'd probably lick the pot.
Good old pot licker. Once I get the garage cleaned out, I'll throw a barbecue over here.
I was talking to these guys, maybe starting something like what Tyler and I used to do on Sundays or something. Everybody get together and do some, you know.
We used to do that here.
Right. Well, we used to call it family days. So.
What's up, neighbor?
Hey, how's it going?
Wait, you showed up late for the food.
Well, that's some walleye tonight, so.
Well, you didn't miss anything ice fishing.
No?
No.
Are you dead out there or what?
I hit 8 different lakes this year, hit each one of them probably 3 or 4 times, and then the last day, the last Saturday into Sunday was the only time I got into fish east.
Oh, really?
And I still only came off a little wall and a little crappie.
Really?
Right when the first 12 inches hit, great fishing. Anywhere you went. Slaughterhouse. Didn't matter where you went.
I proved that.
Oh.
But after that, nothing. It was just, I wanted to invite you out, but I'm literally moving every day.
Yeah.
I'd catch one fish, and then it would be dead the rest of the day. All day, all day. And I finally just said, wait for it. Broke the jack in my fish house twice.
Oh, really?
It's all non-one heavy duty jacks and all like that.
We're going to take off your
All right,
phone.
kid.
Love you. Thanks for dinner.
Have shoes.
Thanks for your help.
Thank you again, that was good.
No problem. Shane's gonna go home and how do I say this in a family friendly way?
Don't text it to me. Is how you're gonna say it.
There's no
we already seen what was upstairs, so we're gonna let that ride.
He's gonna make friends with Johnson and Johnson over that dinner.
What was upstairs and now you your marker, so.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna use it up because I back off the opposite street there, off the front of the house, back the trailer up towards the garage, stick it outside so that way I got a marker if these guys aren't home, touch it and good. That way I'm not parking on the street. I just take up too much space.
Nothing more than dreams.
You ever heard that? Oh, I don't remember who the hell I was talking. I think I was talking to Landon. He goes,
You can leave that out.
we were having a conversation. I said, yeah, some bit's so big, I gotta.
You met my son?
Yeah, a couple times.
I think so. Alex. But I said, I gotta, when I'm out weed trimming, I gotta tuck it in my socks so I don't catch it with the weed trimmer string.
remember?
It is. I didn't say nothing about it. I didn't describe what I was talking about. I was talking about my bootlaces. All right. Oh, we all know. We all know. Yeah, we listen and we don't judge. All right, Pop.
Have a good night, Ron.
Keys are in the ignition, Phil.
All right.
That's true, man. Oh. What's the shaking machine? Other than the comedy crew out there. I look forward to every one of them videos. Oh man. Now I gotta clean this mess up.
Yeah.
Oh, the basement looks almost as bad. I got fishing gear thrown everywhere. Then between changing jobs and
Billy asks who is the next guest on the podcast.
oh, you're asking entirely
Yes.
too many questions. You ain't listen. When the Oilers show up, we'll reveal the identity. Yeah, I don't know. Just been work. Then I get out and fish for about an hour, 2 hours, come home.
LMAO.
So
I haven't done any ice fishing this year. Wanted to get out, just too damn cold and not enough ice.
you can call. I told you can use my fish house anytime.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is call, man. Send me a message. Hey, can I go use your fish house? Yeah, it's you don't even have to have a generator for it anymore.
Yeah.
Nope. It's all solar and battery now.
Like the new fish house?
I do. The other one was nice in the fact that I could move it a lot faster.
Yeah.
I could hook it up and I could get the boogie in way faster. Worked really good. But this one is nice because it doesn't cost me 10 pounds of propane a day to heat it. It's smaller and it's lighter. Wow, I don't know if it's lighter, but I don't have to do as much work to it.
Yeah.
I gotta do some frame repair on it, do the jacks on it, and other than that, it's mint. Because it's usually just me by myself, and having that big one is just.
Yeah.
I built that one for me and my son to go out fishing, and then he moved out, and he moved out to Cokato and then to Big Lake. Now he's back in Wilmer, so. I mean, I'm not building another big fish house. You're gonna have to get your own. You can park next to me.
Yeah. I've thought about texting you a couple of times and seeing where you were at, but
I was everywhere. You name it, I was there.
yeah.
I mean, like I said, when that first 12 inches of ice hit, we had the snow on top of it. Worked perfect. After the thaw, it was. Everybody's like, "Oh yeah, we're catching them." How many catching? Well, we'll go 1 or 2. No,
Yeah.
that's not good fishing. You know, and really most people are just going out there to camp out. If they caught something, they caught something. If they didn't, they didn't.
Yeah.
My buddy Matt and I, we were everywhere. We were south, north, east, west. We went everywhere.
Oh, really?
Tried each one of them. Well, we went on Elkhorn probably 5 or 6 different times because normally towards the end of the year that lake is just hitting and didn't. So
Wonder what happened. Just you think it's just a snow removal off the ice?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
well, because the vegetation never died. So when you get so much snow on it, the lake, it kills the sunlight. So then all the green grass dies off.
Yeah.
And the mud bugs stay in the mud. Well, when you got all that sunlight coming through there, they don't notice any difference because the bottom of the lake temperature stays the same. It doesn't freeze out. So yeah, it's.
My buddy went up the Rainy River. See if I can find his pictures.
Rainy's good.
This
Yeah.
was their second haul. First day they caught the exact same.
Yep.
They got like 6 walleyes and about 15 tubuli, and now it looks like a couple tubulis and a bunch of walleyes and a bunch of jumbos.
Oh, Doug back here, he went to North Access, all the top of Lake of the Woods.
Oh,
We're gonna
yeah.
cross into Canada and then come back into Minnesota. That dude was catching perch. I mean, literally the bellies were the size of pop cans.
Really?
I was just like, he's like, yeah. I got another buddy of mine lives over between Atwater and Manana.
Yeah.
He sold all his ice fishing stuff. He sold his fish house. He sold his all the stuff because now he goes up to Lake of the Woods once a month.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, okay, I got to drive 6 hours to get up there, but he says I go catch a limit of fish and I come home and I'm good.
Yeah.
He's like, instead of doing like you're doing right now and I'm chasing fish everywhere. He's like, yeah, normally we have the same caliber of fish, but he says the thing is I can go up there every single time.
Yeah.
You know, and we can bring 4 limits home. You know, because him and his girlfriend or fiance, whatever she is, they go up there and he's like, I can bring 4 limits home.
Yeah.
And I'm good for the month. He's like, I enjoy fishing, but he said, all that setting up and tearing down, he says, I hate sitting there and not catching fish.
Yeah.
I got some board this year. I was 5 to 7 inch perch. I was jigging through the hole because I got that board.
Yeah. Right?
So, all set up and no fish to catch. I honestly think I caught more fish last year with crap ice than I caught this year.
Oh, really?
No, because the last, well, as far as keepers, yeah. Keepers I definitely did. I only brought home total 2 limits crappies.
Oh, really?
Couldn't get on them.
Huh.
So my wife goes, what's wrong? She's like, this is like the worst year ice fishing. Because I got a couple of guys like my father-in-law and then a buddy of mine's dad that I bring fish to because I can't go out ice fishing anymore.
Yeah.
So I bring them a limit of crappies. You know, because I can't eat a lot of fish because of my gout and I just couldn't get on them. Everything I tried. I hit every known spot. And like I said, that first 12 inches, I mean, it was dealer's choice. And then I thought all the lakes were half limits on crappies, and I was wrong.
Yeah.
There's only a few of them that are most of them are half limit on sunfish, but they're not on crappies. So I screwed up the first day when I was out and got on them. Then I left because what I do the whole beginning of the season is chase walleyes.
Yeah.
Trying to get on the walleyes. That's my thing. Get on the walleyes, get my limits of walleyes, then I'm good. And then once walleye season is over, then I go chase the panfish around well. And then we get a heat wave.
Yeah.
And it's like that Sunday I just pulled the fish house off. I'm like, yeah. Started raining. All of a sudden my 8-inch hole is going from 8 inches to 10 inches. And then I've got like a 3-inch deep ravine running down into the hole, each one of the holes. I'm like, yeah, time to go.
Yeah. Didn't take long for that to happen.
No, but you drive on them today.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, Matt was out with his 1 ton. Driving out on a couple of lakes around here. Not any come on bad, kind of bad, but it's like, now we're going to get warmed up again. And it's like, I'm not willing to play with that.
Yeah. And you're playing with fire there. Some spots are going to be honeycombed out.
Well, I had to help my kid move today, or otherwise I'd have been out fishing tonight. We were going to drag his little house out and go out and fish. And then I ended up having to, he gets deaf in 55-gallon drums.
Oh, yeah.
He tore his back out pretty good the last time he went to move one. I said, would you like me to come with you and help you move that? Because he doesn't have anybody else to help him. I'm like, and he thought about it, and he's like, yeah, I'll even if anything, just for that part.
Yeah.
I said, well, you have a 75-inch TV to carry up a flight of stairs, so I'll help you with that too. Oh.
So you move back to Wilmer then?
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, he was my fishing buddy, man. We, all the time.
Yeah.
Anytime we both had the day off, that's all we did. He likes to just fish for bass. That's kind of his only thing, but I'm going to try and get him into some bank fishing this year.
Yeah.
You got camping gear?
Yeah, I got some, yeah.
I got a minivan coming. I'm turning into a camper. The kid's got a tent. We should go take a trip down by the river.
Yeah? We could do that.
Go straight south and hit the river down there. lot of camping spots down there.
Yeah. That'd be fun.
Well, state record carp was caught there.
Oh, really?
Now you can run 2 rods in the river.
I think what I got left. I got 2. I got to retire Big Bertha this year. And my Hellcat broke. Big Bertha I've had for, what am I going on? I'm going on Big Bertha. I've had her almost 30 years.
Jeez.
The way she came about is my stepdad and his buddy were going catfishing. They called me on the, well, and it's not just his buddy, it's a family friend. And they were going to spend the weekend on the river. Because I grew up on the Crow River. They're like, yeah, we're all going to go on. A bunch of us are going to get together out here. Okay. I was like, well, I'm not going home to go grab my gear, so I stopped at Walmart. Right there. It's Big Bertha. I said I stopped and bought the biggest, dumbest setup I could find there. Then I paid $20 for it.
Yeah.
I've had it for 30 years.
There you go.
Now the reel's just finally giving up the ghost. I tried cleaning it out. First time I'd ever pulled it apart was 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, now the drag's messed up in it, so I thought maybe, because that's when they were still all metal components in them, but
Yeah.
I went and looked online, and it's time to just hang her up on the wall. I got a couple of them that are just hung up on the wall, and I think this is what I do with her.
Yeah.
Hang her up on the wall and let her retire. It's been good. I think I'm going to order a couple more Hellcat rods. That one's going to be my carp fishing rod. A big one. Oh, yeah. Got that one set up for. No, I don't. No. I got to order 2 more. Now I'm going to have fishing rods.
Yeah. Right?
Probably half a dozen more there. There's probably another half a dozen down in the basement. I already sold them all once.
Oh, yeah?
I had more than this, and I sold them before, but I was like, all right, it's getting to be too much. Everyone's like, you sell your fish and stuff? I don't use it, yes.
Yeah.
I'm not one of those guys that hangs on to everything. It's like, I'd rather trade it or sell it off for something else. You know anything about garage doors?
Oh, boy.
You know anything about garage doors?
A little bit.
So, I worked a deal with her across the alley over here.
Yeah.
I get one of those storage or one of the garage storage, you know, it's for Airbnb.
Oh, yeah.
And it never has any company. As long as I take care of the snow and the grass over there, I can use one of the garages for storage. So I can put this, and a lot of this other stuff that I don't use all the time.
Yeah.
You know, my seasonal stuff I can put right there. She hired her one guy to come in and fix the garage door, got the panels up, and now the only thing Alex and I went over and looked at it today, you can't lift the garage door up because the bottom rollers are apparently not in because you put the bottom panel in. So I don't know anything about it. If it just needs rollers, I will go buy rollers. I have ours put in.
Yeah.
I don't. All I need to do is go up and down. Like it had springs and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
Put 2x4s in the ends, slide off the track. I just need to get some of this stuff over there. Bought this last summer for free. You like crawfish?
Yeah, they're not bad. I don't mind them.
I'll be doing another one soon. I'll make sure you get a heads up.
Oh, yeah?
This is impromptu.
Yeah.
Go with my kid. He had like a 4-pound sack of them. Dad, you want these? Yep. I get just away from where he moved into. I was looking at him in the passenger seat. I know that I want to move tonight. So, of course, when I got him from him, I called him and then his roommates. Yeah, they let it move in and kind of an impromptu deal. So I was like, well, if you guys are involved, man, I'm making these. could probably eat another 4 pounds.
They're pretty good. The only thing that sucks about them is the time consumingness of eating them.
Yeah. But that's the thing. That's one of those things where you just sit down and everybody sits around the table. That's like,
Yeah.
have you ever been out to Louisiana and do it? So the first time I ever did it was down in the bayou.
Yeah.
Because the guy that used to work on my crew was originally from Louisiana. Well, we ended up down there doing a job, painting high rises, and I had to go down there and paint a bridge. I was like, man, I said, I want to do one of the crawfish boils, man. What are we going to do to do that? He's like, I'll bring you to a place this weekend. He said, or the next windy day, whatever. So you go out there, now when you're a guest out there, if you really want a crawfish boil, you got to go out and help catch it.
Yeah.
You got to go out and check traps. You know, so you got to watch out for gators, you got to watch out for water moccasins, you got to watch out for all sorts of stuff. Really get a rundown. Hey, we know this is the thing, but this is real life out here. We've got stuff out here that will kill you.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, yeah, I'm pretty good with it, you know. So they get the boats up to, they're pretty good about getting the boats up everywhere there's traps. Like they get in these little swampy areas. You'll pull one of these traps out, they're probably 50 pounds in there. They got tables as long as my garage. When they do one, they lay them all the way out. 55-gallon drum tops.
Yeah.
They boil. But every time I've been down there, that's what I do now. It's like, that's my thing. And the guy that used to trap them for me here passed away.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he used to go trap his own minnows, and I asked him, I said, what's it take to get enough crawdads to eat? Oh, I get them all the time for you. I said, what do you charge me for this? He said, as long as you bring me some cooked once in a while, I said, I'll come right to your house and cook it. I'll cook them right there for you. That's the main reason I bought this. When I went through the outlaw, that and it was a family friend's wife, and her husband passed away, and she was, you know, trying to cover all the bills and stuff, so I way overpaid for this. I'm gonna make a butcher block top for that side, on this side too. Figure I'd try my hand at it. Never done it before.
Yeah. Say, if you're gonna go butcher block, don't buy Mastercraft. Go to Home Depot and buy their brand.
I'm gonna make it. Make it.
Oh, make it your own? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the wood clamps and everything. Go at it. I think it'd be kind of neat to do. I don't know, I'm getting more into what I want to figure out. I'm good with steel. I can make anything out of steel.
Yeah.
I got a welder, a plasma cutter, a torch, and a grinder. I'll cut anything you want. I'll make anything you want.
You got a wire welder or just an arc welder?
Just my arc welder, but I'm probably gonna buy it. Depending on what goes on with Laura's car, that'll determine what I got going on this year. Because right now it's sitting in Subaru, and why is that? And we're looking at $10,000 in repairs.
Oh, really?
People always ask me, "Jeepers, man, why can't you remodel your house?" Well, because stuff like this happens on a regular basis.
Yeah.
If it ain't this, it's medical stuff.
Yeah.
So
I hear you there.
can't win for losing. Because
One step forward, 3 steps back.
Well, first thing we had was the F-150, and the frame broke on that. So then we had to get the Escape. Motor blew up in that, and then Ford decided not to honor their lifetime warranty on it. So when the motor blew up in that, I had to go spend $30,000 in that car. And then we had it a couple of months. All the lights come on it, bring it down to Subaru. And they're like, yeah, we're going to change the oil sensors in it. All right, it is what it is, $1,200. Then drive it for a few more months. All the lights come on again, and it's like, oh yeah, bring it down. It'll be under warranty. You know, we replaced them. Oh no. No. There's all sorts of stuff in that car now.
Really?
And we haven't put the most miles. I mean, it's got more miles on it than I think. We've owned it a year. 1 year. And I think we put 10,000 miles on it, but we also took it to Arkansas back for my brother's wedding. So, yeah, that was the
hooty doody. So now Subaru of America is involved in it. We'll see what happens with that.
Huh. They figure out what's wrong with it, or?
Yeah. There's sludge in the motor.
Oh, yeah?
But I raised the issue of, they're like, well, it's due to poor maintenance. And I said, well, according to the Carfax, this thing's had pretty good maintenance.
Yeah.
And he said, well, I said, could it be possible that there's an oiling issue with this car?
Yeah.
That it's not flowing enough oil to keep it clean? He says it's possible, but it's not something that we've seen. I said, well, not every car is perfect.
Yeah.
I said, even though it's a Subaru, one of the most reliable brands out there. So, I don't know. Subaru of America's doing a big investigation on it, so we'll find out from there.
Huh.
Because they were only going to give us 10,000 trade. And originally, they were only going to give us 9. And I told her, I said, you know what, we're just going to go backwards in the car. We'll go buy a brand new one. Well, then they're like, well, you got to bring $15,000 down too. Because they want us to pay off the loan on this car.
Oh, yeah.
And then put us in another car.
Yeah.
And I said, that's like wiping for your poop. That don't make no sense.
Yeah.
I said, we told you we were going to go backwards. Well, you'll be going, no, because at that amount of money, I'm paying off this car, which I only owe, I think, what do I owe? 20, I think I'm just over 20 now, because I just made another payment. So I'm just over 20 that I owe on this car. So if you're giving me 10 trade, and I'm paying the loan off, I'm $5,000 off. There's $5,000 that's missing in this process. Where did that go? He goes, what do you mean? I said, if you're giving me 10,
Yeah.
and I'm putting 15 down, and I only owe 20, there's $5,000 there that should be going towards a new car, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's tax, title, license, and I said, okay. No, apparently you don't want to sell me a car that bad, because I'm not coming to hand you 15. While the repairs on the other car, I said, okay, please talk to me like I'm stupid again.
Yeah.
He goes, excuse me? I said, talk to me like I'm stupid again. See how far it gets you. I said, I was an ASC certified master tech. I said, you pay those guys their hourly wage to fix the cars, and you pay less than half the price you're charging me for the parts. So please lie to me again. Can I spell it out any simpler? Well, I said, that's exactly how it works.
Yeah.
I said, I know your parts markups. We're fine with paying all that. I'm okay with that. You guys have treated us very well. I said, your service department treated us very well, but your sales team sucks.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can, I said, I don't care, man. Right now it's the Subaru of America's hands. See how you like that happens, because they weren't real happy when you told them my story.
Yeah.
So you might get a little thing in your franchise down there if you don't straighten your stuff out. Now they're not even allowed to talk to the sales team's not even allowed to talk to us.
Oh, really?
The investigation service team yet.
Did you give a deadline when they let you know what they find out?
Thing is, we got the 2024 motor. I'm gonna go car out here.
Yeah.
I'm finally gonna lose. How's the old F-150 running?
Pretty good.
Dog.
He ain't bad.
Huh?
I hope so. He's got a good nose on him. He's chasing squirrels and rabbits. If we get some nice warmer weather, it'd be nice to do some drag ropes and get him on some scent trail. But yeah, just wants to get some green grass, some longer grass. Let him run through it some more.
Well, this dog ain't gonna be able to run all willy-nilly.
Yeah. He's got a nice inside on and off switch.
Yeah.
7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night, he falls asleep. You don't know he's alive. He just disappears. Compared to Bo, that fucker, that's the reason why he couldn't be in the house. Bouncing off the walls, running on top of the table, running laps in the house. He's an on and off switch, which is nice.
You know where you could take him? You want to start training him now? That's state land right up the road.
Yeah.
You put him in a kennel him up, the back of the truck and we go out and drag and then come back and get it.
Yeah. I thought about that.
That's private. That's pheasant land.
Yeah.
So everybody wants to go get pheasant. But the problem is if you don't get out there early, they all ruin it.
Yeah.
You get the guys that are out there that go out and try and drive it real hard and say, can't do that on state land. You gotta be
Yeah.
patient and listen for the cackle and then go.
Yeah.
I was explaining that to a buddy of mine. He said, God, out there ain't no pheasant. Pheasants all over out there. I said, the land right across the road is CRP pheasant land.
Yeah.
They're in there thick as thieves, and they come across the road. I hit numerous of them.
Yeah.
I said, but when you start driving early, you gotta wait for them to cackle. Them roosters will cackle every time.
Yeah.
Wait.
They're smart out there. I've been out there quite a few times. Them roosters, you can chase them for miles out there before they fly.
So, I give you a little secret when I was showing the guys to hunt that go around the backside.
Yeah. Yeah.
You go around the backside, there's a cul-de-sac back there. You park it and walk up the other way.
Yeah.
Problem is, when you come up from the front side, you come to the top of the hill and you can see you
Yeah.
go back down. The other way, you're coming up the hill the long way.
There's pretty nice land back in there. That's usually the way I go back in there for coyote hunting. I haven't got any coyotes out there. I've seen a couple of guys out of Wilmer talking to them on Minnesota Coyote Hunters on Facebook. And there's a bunch of guys that go back to their farmhouse and go shoot coyotes out there.
Well, the guy that owns the property next to it,
Yeah.
that's Mike Smollett's kid.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just go talk to him. He'll let you sit in.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He'd probably let you sit back there and shoot him.
Did he buy that and then build out there?
No.
He's owned it the whole time and he just built out there?
No, it's just a module on there.
Oh, we must be thinking of two different
It's
places.
right where the state land is right next door to it on the north.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're talking right off the 8, not on the back side of it.
No,
Oh, okay, gotcha.
no.
Oh, yeah.
But you go talk to him, he's enough, he'll probably let you go out there and shoot.
Oh, yeah. I just seen him. That Mike said went in there for that zero turn I have.
Oh, yeah?
The valve covers are leaking like a son of a bitch.
Really?
I went in the shed this winter and all of a sudden I looked down and it's all black underneath the bottom of the motor. And I thought, son of a bitch, I know it was the last time I mowed lawn. The black smoke came rolling out the top of the engine. I thought, what the fuck? And then I realized that all the valve covers were all leaking. So I looked online at Dixon and they show that you can buy metal valve cover gaskets for that. And I went to Mike's, I told him, I said, the weird thing is Dixon shows that it's a valve cover gasket, but when you go to order it, you can't buy it. And then he looked it up online. He goes, yeah, because they actually don't sell that. It's all liquid, high temp seal.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, god damn it. I explains why I couldn't buy it then, but you can click on it, you can order it, but it says, wait for arrival.
Yeah. I don't know. Whenever I start having...
Barrican says whoever, that is owes chat 3 subs.
I don't know, I buy all my lawn equipment from him. This is from him, my lawn tractors.
Yeah.
They take very good care of me. So, for years, I wouldn't go spend money on a lawn tractor. Like, I think the first year you guys moved here is when I bought my first brand new. I never bought a brand new lawn tractor.
Yeah.
And so I went and bought, we finally went up there and I went and bought the first one we had. And he looked at me and he looked at my wife and he said, because he never met my wife before. And he's like, oh, he's actually seriously going to buy one today. She goes, what do you mean? She's like, oh, he looks at them every time he comes up there. He just doesn't like the price tags on them. She's like, oh no, he's getting one because for what we spent on these used junkers, and he's gonna have a brand new one.
Yeah.
So I bought the lawn tractor, and then when COVID, when all that PPP money came,
Yeah.
because I got mine late, they're like, you got 2 weeks to spend 60%. And he's like, but it's got to look tax legit. I said, well, can I go get a new lawn tractor? And I was, no more. He's like, does it pertain to your business? Well, I gotta be able to make places to park stuff.
Yeah.
He said, done. So I walked around, literally got the PPE check, and I drove over to Mike's, and I said, well, you're gonna get me double bagger this time. He goes, what's that? I said, I need a zero turn and a snowblower. Because the first one I got, one of the labs I used to deliver to, the guy just moved into the area, but he was getting rid of a Ford Escape. I was like, well, I can use that for my courier stuff. And I did. I was like, well, I need a lawn tractor. Can you give me this lawn tractor and give me the car? I'm like, I got a brand new one sitting in my yard, it's got 1 season on it. He's like, done. Because I think I paid $2,300 for it. It was pre-COVID. Boy, was that a mistake. Because that same one, this one's one size up from that one. That one was $1,500 more.
Oh yeah.
But I had the zero turn. Well, then when I quit mowing for her and I quit mowing all the other yards around here, I'm like, well, I'm just going to get a regular tractor because it looks better.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm mowing that one again and I'm mowing mine.
Yeah.
Because I used to do both of those, the post office, theirs, ours, and then I would go help out with Scott and Cindy's over there.
Oh yeah.
Well, now I do ours, and I'll be doing these two over here, but the other thing I miss about the zero turn, boy, you could knock them out real quick.
Yeah.
I could knock all these out in about an hour. I had a Pac-Man pattern for it.
Yeah. That post office lawn, that thing's rough as hell. I mowed that a couple of times. It's like, son of a bitch. You eat up blades. If you don't know what you're doing, you can eat up a blade.
Well, now it's a lot better than it was.
Yeah.
Because when the other guy lived there, the Mexican fella that lived there, he used to park semis back there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why the alley's all messed up, because he used to drive semis back here. But they never said nothing to him because he'd park them behind the house. Well, the city guys never drive up here till the winter. Well, the winter time, he never left them back there.
Yeah.
And finally, he got really, really bad. And I finally told him, I'm like, it's time to go, dude. You got too many drug deals going on here. It's time to go.
Yeah.
And he said, what do you mean? I said, listen, man, when you first moved in, you were a cool neighbor, but I said, this being drunk and selling dope out of your house because you can't hold a job anymore.
Yeah.
Like, he had a really, like, he was one of the top paid drivers at Dunnick's. Well, then all of a sudden he was going to work on drive his cousin's semis. Well, he broke two of them.
Yeah.
And they were sitting back there and they were working on them. And they were talking about it at a city council meeting, and I said, well, I don't know, maybe because of the fact that the guy that lives at the post office is driving semis up and down that alley. What? Yeah, he pulls in, drives up the alley, turns around, and drives through the yard, and then goes out the other end with a 53-foot trailer on. I said, it's not weight rated for that. It's not even weight rated for a 21,000-pound garbage truck.
Yeah.
That's why the garbage trucks can't come up the alleys.
Oh, yeah.
They're not weighted. It's not rated for that. And there's a gas line that runs right underneath there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of plumbing lines that run under there too, but those are far enough down that they don't have to worry about it. It's the gas lines. Gas line runs right along the edge of the alley.
Yeah.
So.
You know the Mexicans that own down by the old bus garage? They got that car shop, whatever the hell they do back there.
Eddie's?
Who owns that?
Eddie's.
Eddie's?
Yeah, he's got two other lots in Wilmer.
Do they just buy scrap steel ever? Or not really?
They used to. I don't know if they do or not anymore.
Because I got those lawnmowers sitting behind the shed. I used to see them all the time when I used to walk the dog. I used to see them out there all the time. I was always going to stop by and see if they just wanted to.
Oh,
I don't give a shit if they even give me any money for the goddamn things. I just don't feel like hauling them out their owners.
No, I mean, they're not. Nobody's going to give you any money for them. They're not worth anything.
No. But if you ever wanted them.
Well, the guys that just left here, I tell them they'll come with a trailer and come pick them up.
Who will?
Two guys, the guys that just left here with my kid.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they do scrap metal.
Oh, shit. They want them. They can have the lawnmowers and the fucking snowblower and everything with them.
Yeah, we'll wait till it dries up and then we'll pull them out.
Yeah.
I'll tell them come get them.
Shit, I'll check them out in the alleyway and help them load them up. It's just at the point I just got to get rid of them. I'm just too lazy to bring them to runners. I've been procrastinating that for like 7 years now.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. They'll come out.
They're all from the 90s. You can't buy parts for them anymore. They're rebuilding them as the same price as buying a new one now. It's just time to get rid of them.
Yeah, I gotta get mine in here, pull the one tire off of it, and bring it up to Ethan and have him fix it because I got a leak in the tire somewhere. I don't know where. I can't find it. If I can find it, I can plug it, but I can't find it, so it's got to be around the bead somewheres.
Yeah.
And he's got a nice little tire machine that he can do that with.
Has he got a dunk tank up there?
No, he just does a spray test.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He does pretty good work up there.
Oh, when I had my courier service, he kept me on the road for 8.5 years.
Even when I brought the Ford in there, I didn't realize that them F-150s, with the new 3.5s, they leak a whole bunch of water down the front of the engine.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets all over into it. Oh, so one day I looked at my bill and I thought, it used to always be like $40 to get an oil change. You know, so when I looked at it, I said, holy shit. I said, $89? And Ethan's like, yeah. And he goes, I changed the differential. I changed this. I changed that. He goes, they leak water. And he goes, you need it. You know, it won't run. And I was like, oh, thanks. I didn't know any better. I never knew that stuff happened like that.
So what they do is like off the turbo where the oil line comes off of them, they'll put a catch can on, but if you don't remember to empty it every day, then it's pointless.
Oh, yeah.
Like, so there's tricks that you can do for it, but it's just easier to bring them up to him and just let him keep an eye on. I get all my oil changes done by him.
Yeah.
It was weird because all of a sudden I'm looking at the date on the sticker on the Expedition because when the last time I brought it in, it was one of the times the odometer decided it didn't want to light up. So they just put the date on. And I was looking at it last week and I'm like, it's been a year since I had the oil changed in this truck. And I pulled the dipstick and I looked, I mean, it wasn't black or anything like that. And I'm like, well, it's still good, but you know what? It's been a year. I'll bring it up there.
Yeah.
And he's like, your oil still look fairly decent yet. I said, yeah, well, when you don't drive that far anymore. I used to be up there every 2 to 3 weeks for an oil change.
Yeah.
But now it's like, and then the reason I like getting oil changes done there is because he uses Schaefer's oil.
Yeah.
He uses Schaefer synthetic, and I've been a big fan of Schaefer's for 12 years since I watched their stress tests.
Yeah.
So everything in my Expedition's all Schaefer's. And so far, knock on kind of wood. I haven't had any problems out of it. Major problems out of it the last year. I got to get the sending unit done in it. Because I decided to quit working. But once I get the van here and get that going, then I'm going to...
To Laserbeam says yo.
What's up, brother? Once I get I got another Chrysler van.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Turn it in my camper van.
A Chrysler one?
Love them. They're the best
Like a
campers.
Town and Country all-wheel drive? Oh, yeah.
It's front wheel drive.
Front wheel? Oh, yeah.
You still got yours?
No, I had some guy come pick it up. I had to get rid of that thing to move material in for when we redid the house.
Yeah. That was the best camping rig I ever owned. I like that better than the big van.
Yeah.
Just easier. So. You still got your brother's car over there? You leave that at your dad's?
No, it's over at the old man's. When I brought in windows and doors, I moved it over there.
Sounds like a good place to leave it so you got your shop space back.
Yeah, right. That's what I thought. The old man's like, yeah, come pick it up this spring. I'm like, I'm going to wait till you're desperate before I come back over there.
Kind of nice having my garage space.
He needs to figure out what he wants to do with that thing. He's got so much shit. Between my house and the old man's house, there's so much shit scattered everywhere. Motorcycles, cars. Then I found out he bought 2 Mitsubishis over in Tokyo. He bought 2 of them because over in Japan, you know, you can't get rid of a vehicle. You have to sell it. Because if you just want to bring one to the junkyard, you almost pay double what it is to get rid of one. They only have so many cars in Japan. So in the Marine Bays, they all sell them off to each other. So he bought 2 of them. And they're $60,000 Mitsubishis, and he bought 2 of them for $10,000.
Well, yeah, they're way cheaper over there.
But the difference is they're all in fucking Japanese. So he bought them, and he's going to have them shipped over here, and he's going to drop one at my house, one at my old man's house, and they're in fucking Japanese. So I told my brother, I said, how the fuck am I supposed to drive this thing with all this? Everything's all digital in the inside. It's all like, he showed me a picture of it. Everything is fucking digital computer screen. I said, how the fuck do you know what the fuck you're doing when everything's in goddamn Japanese? How do I know how fast I'm going when everything's in Japanese? It ain't fucking 6-0 on the speedometer.
It's kilometers over there.
Well, again, everything's over there in kilometers, so it's like, how do you know when everything is just digital? It's just a number in Japanese.
I bought a car out of Canada one time that was digital dash.
Yeah.
It was an Oldsmobile Tornado Trofeo.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not like the new cars where you can hit a button that switches them over to standard American
Yeah.
or whatever. It was the same thing. So what I learned to do was take my phone and use the GPS and put a digital speedometer on my phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it's like you try to find the conversion. It's like it was Grand Marquis. And I was like, so me and another buddy of mine are trying to figure this out. It's like, well, can we take an American dash and put it in this car? No. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, this is because you got to change out the ECM and all this stuff. Well, his brother needed a work meter. And I'm like, what do you give me for this car? You really like the car? He's like, what do you give me for it? I was in it for like $700. I was like, if you gave those $700, you can have it.
Yeah.
I needed a brake line. And he's like, I'll give you $1,200. I said, you own it.
Yeah, right.
I said, why $1,200? He said, because it's all I got in my pocket right now. I said, well, you own it. He took the title out, I signed it. I said, you know that this car only reads kilometers. He said, I don't care. He drove that car for like 2 years, and then he finally had a little too many wobble pops and put it in the ditch.
Oh, yeah.
It. Yeah, he drove for 2 years like that. It's like, oh, whatever, because he lived out in Painesville, or out back behind Painesville, and then he would have to drive to Atwater for work.
Oh, yeah.
So the only thing you had to do was get on Tri-County Road,
Yeah.
and then hit 2, and then come into town. It's like, well, I'm like, you know, you can use your phone for speedometers.
Yeah.
I was just asking, like, did you ever get pulled over for speeding? He's like, oh yeah, a couple times a month I get pulled. He drove, like I said, 2 years he drove it. He's like, yeah, I get pulled over. He said, they finally couldn't pull me over. They just flashed the lights at me because they knew it was me. Because they showed it was in kilometers. There's no way.
Yeah.
He's like, I had cops sitting in the car trying to figure out how, hitting every button, trying to switch it over to that. And apparently that was one of the cars, because Mercury's in Canada. They made a lot of different cars for Canada, just for Canada. And the Crown Vics and the Mercury's were the same thing. I'm like, how these cars do you get here? Because the guy I got it from, his girlfriend drove this car for like 4 years. But she did the same thing I did. She had her phone and she's lived forever. And I'm like, yeah, what would it say? Like 4 liters till empty or something like that is what it would flash on there or something like that. I'm like, whatever. I just made sure I put gas in it every couple of days. The car was rowdy. Had a 4.6 in it. Just rowdy as all get out. It was a nice driving car. But I'd had enough of that one. I bought it to do my courier stuff with, and then all of a sudden, I had that, I had my little Ford Ranger, and I'm like, well, it'd be nice to have a full-size car, just go cruise around it. That wasn't the car for me, because every time I'd get in it, it'd blow a brake line out of it somewhere. And then finally, we're at the point where I just go replace them all, and then his brother went, man, I really like these cars. What do you give it for? $1,200. Done. You own it. Really?
Yeah.
It's like, you know what these cars are worth? Don't care.
Yeah, right.
I said, well, no. They said, it's all in club, right? He's like, I know, my brother's always cussing this thing out. Blazer running good yet?
That's not bad. Still gotta get that heat issue fixed. But I think I got a bad radiator. Cause what did I buy? I bought a Dorman radiator off of eBay. Comes from the same manufacturer as Dorman's got them. Well, the Grand Prix, that radiator went out 2 weeks after the Blazers radiator went out. And of course, the Grand Prix is a smaller car, so it doesn't take that much more to heat up. And even that sucker here, when it's 15 below, it blows warm air out. It's enough to keep the windshield defrosted. So I wonder if I got bad two radiators from Dorman, and it's not the heater core, because I've never had a heating issue before with either one vehicle.
Well, if it was a radiator issue, then it wouldn't be circulating water at all. The car will overheat. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So the only thing I can think of is when you put a new radiator in there with a bunch of junk you did in the heater for a while. Or if you want the cheap way out of it, we go on Amazon, you can spend $170 and put diesel in there. Instead of going put diesel in the car. Right?
Yeah.
It just runs off the battery.
I've thought about that, because I know I flushed the heater core out with like the drill reflushes and stuff, and I don't get no shit out of it, but I also know it's not high enough pressure to really flush that out.
You only flush without the garden hose. That's it.
Yeah.
You don't shove serious pressure through it down there.
That's like with that drill, it's basically like garden hose pressure going through it, but no shit comes out of them, so I also wonder if I got two bad radiators.
I'm wondering if you got water pump issues. Like it's not pushing the water fast enough.
That could be too. So I know during the summer it's really hot and fuckers will overheat. My car won't overheat no more, but the Blazer will overheat because it's really fucking hot out.
So it sounds like we need to do a water pump thermostat.
And I've replaced the thermostat multiple times and it doesn't matter.
What about it?
That's what I'm scared of. I don't know if I want to tap into that, but
The Blazer is easy. That won't be easy enough to just take the radiator stuff back out of it. That one's pretty easy. The Grand Prix is kind of pain.
yeah.
But it's not that bad. So, I don't know. As soon as I get this thing down, I'll pull it over here in time. I'm not working with your shit. It's too cold.
Yeah.
I like the size of your shit, but until you get some heat in there.
Yeah.
But don't get no heat in there because you might end up with all this stuff over there.
Yeah. That's my goal this summer is to get insulation up on the ceiling, get insulation up on the walls. My biggest thing is I gotta get them these two sliding doors, I gotta get overhead doors on them. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna brace them rafters. I got 2x6 and 2x8 rafters. So if I'm gonna hang those big ass doors off of them, I might end up putting poles up and I don't wanna do that.
Honestly, that's one of them deals where I call it the overhead because they mess with everything. And
Yeah.
They do all that stuff, and it's like this is your profession. You tell me where you need me to build stuff to make these work, and I'll let you hang the doors and deal with this. Those guys do they do our doors up there,
Yeah.
and it's some of the stuff that I see because one of the owners up there is a friend of mine. I don't get no discounts, but he just told me if I decide to do this one that he'd find me a good used door to put in here. He's like, I do these doors all the time. He says, there's people around Green Lake, all they want to do is change their garage door because they don't like the color.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, cool. I said, but I got to lift this garage and pour 4 inches of concrete in it. He's like, is it that bad? I'm like, dude, I have a 2-inch gap on one side and a 3-inch gap on the other side because that's busted and sunk, that's busted and sunk.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to feel that rammy this year to lift this. Because I got to trim all the plywood out all the way around to get to the anchor bolts.
Yeah.
Lift it up. I'm probably going to go up 3 feet just so I can get a 10-foot door in.
Yeah.
So that way I don't have to worry about bouncing off the ceiling anymore. The reason I'm dreading it is because there's 2 engines upstairs.
Oh, really?
And there's a ton of stuff up there. But I got 2 engines up there that I used a tow truck to get them up there. And it's like,
It's gonna be kind of a pain in the ass to get out.
yeah. Lucky enough, they're both small blocks, but they're up there.
You know, sometimes through Matthew Hall or Lift and Trust Company, if you know what size you want, I could put a will call in, and when they get a fucked up rafter order and it fits your garage, you can buy rafters for $2,000 or less.
I don't need the rafters. What I need, because when I lift this, I'm going to lift it from the bottom. I'm going to cinder block it on the bottom because I have to put 4 inches of concrete in.
That's what I'm saying. If you want to, you could build little walls over the top, and you could cut the rafters right off. You could put your blocks up and build a short wall, sheet up to that, and then set the rafters on top and just pour your concrete right up the wall.
Really?
Then you just put your green treated 1x4s right up against the studs. Fill it up. You know, like you say, otherwise you got to sit here and you got to cut all your anchor bolts loose, jack the whole entire building up, and then you got to put your fill in, you got to put your backfill, and you still got to put your 1x4s to stop your dirt from escaping.
So that sounds really good. See, when I was first out of high school, I worked for a guy called Ward Carlson, and that's what I did is I moved buildings, garages. So it's like when people are like, that's going to be a lot of work. I'm like, no, not really. I mean, I've done a lot of this. I mean, you literally just run through and you take your skill saw and you just run it all the way across the bottom, give yourself about a foot of space and run it all the way across the bottom. And, you know, so it's not sinking into the studs.
Yeah.
Basically cut a little groove all the way around. Then what you do is you get up here and you build your...
Barrican says at Moose, this stuff welcome in Moose. Try putting that in Euro trailer EH lol.
Moose was happening. But basically what you do is you go out and you build your pickup points.
Yeah.
And I mean it's if you want to do it the right way, what you do is you cut the wherever you got your pickup points at, all you need is a 2x6.
Yeah.
Put a 2x6 in, you come in with a couple of forklifts and you just start cribbing it. You get 2 gas powered forklifts, you run them in here and you just start cribbing it. And then once you get it up from the outside, then you go to the outside and you pick them up. So me going up 3 feet, your standard warehouse forklift will pick this up.
Yeah.
As long as I get all the stuff, some of the weight out of the top. But otherwise, I mean, for me, picking up buildings is nothing.
Yeah.
Like we were talking about raising yours, you're talking about putting a roof on. I'm like, why don't we just etch the concrete out, lift it up,
Yeah.
put new block underneath it? It's really easy. Lifted a garage in Wilmer probably 6 or 7 years ago. The lady's like, because her ex-husband started the project, and she's like, I don't know what he was doing here. I'm like, I could lift this right now.
You wouldn't want something that big anyhow. It just becomes a collection pot for random things like a AC unit.
What? Yeah. No, it's, I don't know. I did enough of them that it's
Yeah.
not hard for me to lift a building. It's like, you know, once you get to do it, just like when it comes to moving, like your pole shed.
Yeah.
Like literally get in there. The first thing I'm going to do is go get an excavator, because pull the tin off, pop the rafters off in one shot, separate the corners, and drop the walls in whole units and take the walls in whole units. And then you put them on a flat deck trailer stacked up. You know, you don't have to, and if you do need to take them off, you figure out where you're going to split the walls, cut them right there, and then you just put your graft pieces back in.
Yeah.
Once you do it, it's like, once you've done just about everything, like we moved farmhouses, we moved everything. So it's for me, it's like, it's not really a big deal.
Yeah.
You know, you start talking construction
At
stuff,
Moose,
it's
the
like,
stuff I remember watching that. Fun times.
Michigan Outdoors, good to see you. I get a shout out for Michigan Outdoors, please. And Moose does stuff. I'm pretty sure you already got one, hopefully. Never seen a more Midwest garage. No, the heater's back there in the corner. You can't see it. That's what you hear kicking out all the time. Yeah, it gets way too cold here to sit in the garage without a heater. Well, unless you're my neighbor. He doesn't believe in heaters over there. But
Nah, I was shacking.
yeah, there's lifting buildings is really not that bad. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't do it with skid loaders. I've seen so many people try to do it with skid loaders, and it's like your skid loader is meant to handle about 3,000 to 4,000 pounds in the front. You're not lifting a building. The forklift is better for that because that's what it's designed to do.
Yeah.
Just go right down to Grand Rental or to Wilmer Forklift down there. Hey, I need to rent 2 forklifts for a day.
Yeah.
And as long as you do it right, because you don't have to lift it evenly at one time. You just lift one side up, crib it, go to the next section, lift it, crib it, go to the next section, lift it, crib it.
Yeah.
So as long as you got 2 on each wall picking it up, you're only lifting it 2 to 4 inches at a shot. To me, that's easy. When you just start talking about, I do this with the truss, and you do this, and I'm like, and it's just like everybody, when I lifted the other garage, they're like, you can't build a shed, but you can lift a garage? I did this before. I was good at it.
Yeah, it's a tomato.
It's like,
That's what it is.
there's no construction involved in this. I don't know. There's certain things I've done in my life, and like I said, my dad was a 40-year master carpenter. The guy literally could barely read and write, but he could read a tape measure, and he could build houses and sheds and garages, and he knew everything to do that. I remember the one time a contractor come out with blueprints, and my dad looks at me and he says, "You know how to read them?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "I've looked at enough engine ones that I know enough about blueprints." I said, "I can look at it." He says, "Well, what does he want?" I said, "Well, he needs 9-foot walls here, and he wants 12-foot walls here." And he's like, "That's not going to work." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "You can't go from a 9-foot wall to a 12-foot wall without doing this, this, and this." So my dad walks over to him and he says, "Well, how do you expect this to work?" "Well, we were thinking," he's like, "that's not going to work." So he walks over to the homeowner. "What do you want for a house?" You go, "What do you mean? How do you want your house built?" "Well, they got he's like, "Their design is wrong. You'll have problems with this house later on in life."
Yeah.
"What do you want done with this house?" They tell him. He draws it out on a piece of paper a little bit. He's like, "This is how I'll do it." And they're like, "Yeah." Every single time.
Yeah.
Like, whenever it came to him building stuff for me, it's like, "This is what I want. I need a 10 by 20 shed. All right, I need 2 garage doors in it so that way I can get access either side." "Okay." Come back at the end of the weekend. "What do you want me to do?" Or I come and say, "What do you want me to do?" Same thing you always do. "Shut up, hand me tools, and cut lumber when I tell you."
Yeah.
Okay. He's like, "I still can't believe all the construction sites you've been on, you can't do this stuff." I said, "I can do this, but it's not going to be as nice as when you do it."
Yeah.
"But I can roof a house. Figure that one out."
Yeah.
But my dad don't like roofing. So he built 3 out sheds at his house. And every time he called me, he'd be like, "You got another one?" "What?" "Well, I built another shed. You want to come by this weekend and throw some shingles on it?" "Yep. I can do that." And then I learned from a guy that started in the center all the time.
Oh, yeah.
So he was one of them center working way out guys that
Yeah.
worked from one side to the other. So that's how I did it. And he always watched me. He's like, "I don't understand how you guys do that." I said, "Dad, as long as you run the first chalk line straight," I said, "the center out works perfect."
Billy
every
says,
time.
"Ron, check comment above."
But 2,400 seemed like a fair price. 2002 vet. Yes. Because you have to pull the entire motor out to get to that. No, yeah, on a Corvette you got to pull the motor out to get to it. They have to pull the entire motor out to do that. So they're probably going to replace your oil pan seals. You're probably getting the oil pan seals in it, and they're probably going to replace a couple other things. But that's really, really tight setup. I don't know that I would charge $2,400. It really depends on what their labor rate is. I would shop around a little. But that's, you know, I don't know what, like here it's $120 an hour, and it's at least a minimum 8-hour job to pull a motor and install it. And I know Corvettes are not easy, because Corvettes have, the way that their suspension is set up and the way that their driveline is set up, it's a whole other animal, especially in an 02. That's what, 02, is that a Z06? An 02 is Z06, I don't remember. Yeah. Yeah. They're basically going to pull the whole driveline out of their car. So $2,400 to do all that's pretty fair. Yeah. That is a Mac Tools Maximizer. Yeah, $2,400 to do that's a pretty fair deal. Because I'm guessing they'll probably replace the transmission seals once they're in there. They're probably going to replace all the seals that they can get to at that point in time. I can't think of the name of the shop, but if you look up Corvette Shop in Waverly, Minnesota, I'd call him. That guy's the foremost Corvette expert in the United States. He's in Waverly, Minnesota. I cannot remember the name of the shop to save my life, but he is the guru of Corvettes. That'd be the guy I'd call. And it might even be worth your time to just bring it out here, because you're at most maybe an 8-hour drive. Waverly, Minnesota, central Minnesota. They do. But this guy, as soon as Doug Rippey, that's his name, Doug Rippey, he built the Cannonball Corvettes. He's got one of them in his shop. At least he used to. Last or summer before last. Yeah, if you want somebody who's about that Corvette life and thorough with them, that'd be your guy, Doug Rippey's. I mean, he's probably owned every genre of Corvette there is. He does the machining in-house, and then he sends the transmissions to someplace in Indiana. He built some pretty nasty ones. I think he's got like what he's known for is like these 700 horsepower rippers that are that have really, really good street manners. He does a lot of them for people. Stretch 73 Camaro Z28 with the 383 Starford. Nice car. Outlaw. Outlaw beer, huh? get that from? Ten and a half hours. I don't know. I used to have trucks that I'd have to send to Texas from Minnesota. Muskie Fisher, what's happening? Jeepers, 10:30 at night, everybody comes out. The hell's the Outlaws over here?
Want to try one?
No.
Oh.
Every time y'all try to get me to try one of them weird beers, Dave.
They're not bad. It's kind of like a nice light beer, but kind of like an IPA kind of thing. I seen them at West Side.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. They're not bad. They don't taste like an IPA, but
I've just never been I haven't been a beer guy since my college days. And I think that's probably what killed it, because me and my roommates, our whole goal was to collect as many Mickey Grenades cases as we could.
yeah.
And the landlord came in and said, my floors are starting to sag. And he walked in our apartment and he said, no, our whole living room, so our living room was almost the size of this garage. And I kid you not, almost half of the stack floor ceiling with Mickey Grenade cases.
yeah.
I mean, you had three dudes going to college, you know, and working full time. So what do? Let's drink every night. Why not? I mean, what else do you do in your early 20s? You go to work and you drink. Go to work and you drink. Oh, the good old days for you. Never got hungover.
Yeah, is that the truth?
Drink. Oh, gotta go to work. Go to work. Come home. Oh, take a nap. Somebody bangs on the door. Hey, man, time to drink. The worst part is the liquor store. So the apartments we lived in, there was 4 fourplexes. So we literally walked across the parking lot, behind the other fourplexes, across the road. The liquor store was right there.
yeah.
So it's like they knew us on a constant basis. So it was, what do we do? Bacardi Limon, Jack Daniels, Everclear, and Mickey's Grenades.
Ooh, Everclear. that'll stiffen you right up.
So my thing was I would take a Mickey's. So I had like this 36-ounce beer stein. So I would take a Mickey's Grenade and Everclear, same glass. That was my concoction. Of course, Jack Daniels and Bacardi Limon. Well, don't ask me why, but that was my thing back in my early 20s. So, yeah, my early 20s were bad. Bad. Horrible.
yeah.
Horrible. I still look back and like, what was I thinking? But then you could get away with doing all that stuff. Now it's like I'd drink that now and I'd be hungover for a month.
Yeah. That is a lot of truth to that.
You go to JR Saloon in Ramsey. I remember I think I was 18 or 19 when I started drinking there. And the waitress, the first time I walked in, the waitress like, do you want a cocktail? I was with my boss at the time. She's like, I'm not going to card you. Yeah, Jack and Coke. Oh, and she's like, you're a veteran already, huh? That's a dangerous thing. I said, well, you just keep coming and you'll have a really nice tip because for a young guy, I make really good money.
yeah.
So, and she did. And then I went to help my uncle out, one of my jaunts between going to jail. And he's like, I really need your help. He's like, I need you to run my skid loader to and from places and then, do some skid loader work. He's like, I got other stuff I got to take care of. Can you handle that? Yeah. Well, then, we get done about 1 o'clock and we go to Pavlitsky's in Spring Lake Park. And my uncle was a Budweiser guy. All he would drink, buy it by the pitcher. He had millionaire, but that was his thing. Pitchers of Budweiser. I thought my aunt was going to crucify both of us. It never failed. At least 3-4 times a week, we'd come back just blitzed.
Yeah.
And finally, I was just like, my uncle's like, yeah, your aunt is pretty mad at the both of us. We got to quit going to Paul's for lunch. I said, we were supposed to eat lunch there?
Yeah.
He said, what do you mean? I said, as soon as we walk in the door, they got a picture sitting there with your name on it. He's like, yeah, your Aunt Lori's getting a little mad right now. We need to cool it out a little bit.
Yeah, right.
I was like, okay. As soon as he said that, and how did it happen? So I went to a job site, and he had to go and help the crew figure something out. I did the skid loader cleanup, and the skid loader was going to stay on site, so we left the trailer there, and we're in, because at the time he had a brand new Dodge Dually. And, the Wells Fargo Bank used to be Norwest Bank before it was Wells Fargo. It was right next door to Poplitsky's, and that's where he banked. He goes over there, or he runs into the bank really quick, and then he comes out, and all of a sudden the truck just hops the curb over to Poplitsky's park. He's like, how did we end up here?
Yeah, right.
I'm like, if Aunt Lori sees your truck here, we are dead. He's like, that's why we're parking around backwards. She can't see it. I said, all right, one picture and we're out of here. Next thing you know, we're itching closing time, and here comes my Aunt Lori, and I'm like, oh no. So I wouldn't hit her on the other side of the bar.
Yeah.
And she is reading him the riot act. Why are you doing it? You're not an alcoholic. It's you and your nephew. You two can't ever get together. Because years ago, when I first moved to the cities, him and I it was 7 and 7. So we do Seagram 7 and 7 Up. That's what we drink all the time. Well, we were both seasonal, because I worked for the union, and he worked, so we didn't have anything to do, so we go out and get cars and flip them and do whatever. Well, we come home, and we'd be sitting there the rest of the night just drinking 7 and 7s, because I was living in his house. And my Aunt Lori's finally like, yeah, you need to go. You and your uncle can't hang out together. I'm like, what do you mean? We get along just fine. She's like, it's not the point of you guys getting along. It's the point of you two stay drunk all the time. And I'm like, no, we don't. We're not drunk. We just drink. She's like, well, you might just drink, but your Uncle Kurt, no, he doesn't. He's drunk. All right. So I finally got my own place, and then when he needed my help, it started again. And when she came and read him the riot act, so I thought I'd be slick, right? I was going to go hide out and lay in the back of the truck. Go lay in the back of the truck. It was summer, so I was like, I was going to go lay in the back of the truck and it'd be all right. And then when he came and got me in the morning, I'd go over to his house, go get my truck, and leave. Oh, no. She walked
Jim
right
Alley asks, did you do anything with the replaced pneumatic actuators?
Not yet. I want to figure out how to make them work on my ramp gate. I got the air tank, but I want to figure out how to make them work on my ramp gate trailer. That's what I'm figuring that design out. They're sitting right. They're right over there. They're over in that corner. And I think I found rebuild kits for the other ones, so I'll be able to put them together. I got to find the spring tension for them so that way I can, when I push it out, the spring tension will bring them back. I have the mini compressor for it. We pulled it out of pulled the storage tank out of a semi. So I got the mini compressor for it. That's in the Expedition. That's still in the back of the Expedition. I haven't cleaned that out yet. It's close. You'll see it built here on screen. I'm thinking, because I've got a spring that's laying up there, I'm going to try that one and see if that's got enough. I got to find a spring that doesn't have too much resistance. So that's the goal. I just think it'd be cool. Is it necessary? Absolutely not. But it would be really cool. That's kind of my idea for it. Just so people would say, what's the point? Because I had it. Giant was happening. Yeah. I didn't last very long drinking in my early 20s. I think by the time I was 23, I was done. Like, drinking was not a thing a whole lot for me. And it was more so because I had my CDL.
Oh, yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I've had many times where I've tied them on, but it's like, wow. When we were down there at the Legion one night, boy, I was hammered. But that's the thing. Every time Josh walks in, that's the way it works. Like, we were getting ready to leave, and then you guys came, and then all of a sudden Josh shows up, and I'm like, oh yeah, we're closing this place down.
Yeah.
There's only a few people like that in my life, and he's one of them. And it's because we both work a lot, and we don't get to see each other very often. Like, I get to see him about once every 2-3 months, and that's how it works.
Yeah.
Just like I can't go to hockey's. If I go to hockey's to drink, that's why
Yeah.
usually I agree to be the designated driver, because I know if I go in there to drink, it's somebody behind that bar knows who I am, and they're going to try and put me under the table.
Hockey's a deadly place to go. It's a nice bar, nice atmosphere.
What is it, the Barneys or whatever they're called, or Barbies?
Oh, the Barbies, yeah. I haven't had one of those yet, but...
So we went there a year ago for somebody's birthday, and they got one of those, and then they brought us out a whole pitcher of it, and I drank the entire pitcher of it myself. And then every time we turned around, oh, you gotta do a hockey bomb, you got hockey. Everybody's had a hockey bomb.
The hockey bombs.
Everybody's like, I'm like, you can't come here and not have a honky bomb. If they find out you're the first one in here, they buy you your first one. Yeah. So that way you keep getting them. I bet you, my problem is I have a really stupid high tolerance.
Yeah.
And it's not so much the hangover I'm worried about, it's what my wallets look like afterwards.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. Every once in a while it doesn't bother me, but I don't do it that often because I never know where you're called to drive.
Yeah.
So I was doing the redneck root beer floats for a while, and I'm kind of over them. My go-to's always been Captain Coke.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe one.
No, it's not, because the problem is they go down like water.
Yeah, yeah, it is true. It's a nice sugar syrup right now, but...
And then I can't touch a Coke for like 2 weeks after.
Oh, really?
No. It tastes like...
Captain Coke's always been like water to me. You just drink bottle after bottle after bottle.
Or if I do Pendleton whiskey and 7-Up, that one gets me. That's not what gets me.
I've never tried that one before.
That's really good.
Huh. I would never think those two would go together.
They go together very, very, very well.
Really? Huh.
Well, I used to be a Windsor Coke guy.
Yeah, I can't do Windsor Coke anymore. Back when I did concrete, that's all we ever drank was Windsor Coke.
It's because we learned from the old guys.
Yeah, that is true.
My
Every
grandfather
old
used
guy
to
was
drink it,
like
so
that.
we'd go out to the shop and you put in a hard day's work on the farm, and we'd be out in the shop,
as a teenager, it's like you put in a hard day's work because you used to have two highball every night. He'd have 2 highball winter coats. So we'd go out and shop, and you know, I'd have one, and he'd have his 2, and that was it. Or we'd go in the house. I remember my mom finding that out one time. She'd come over to the house, and I was over there after work all day. And she sees me, she's like, "Oh, wait, trying to be like your grandpa pretend." She, my grandpa says, "There ain't no pretending there." He says, "That's a winter coat. He earned it."
Yeah.
She's like, "Any man who puts in a hard day." She's like, "You know what? Are you trying to make him an alcoholic like his dad?" No. No. Even now, it's like I've got Bush Light in the fridge that's probably been in there for 2 or 3 years. I can't throw away.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I finally, so that cabinet above our stove,
Yeah.
that all used to be liquor bottles, but most of them were full. Because it's like I get this little thing, I want to try this. We make it a couple times, and then I just sit there.
Yeah.
We're drinking. You know, we had was it Coronas when you come over the one time?
Yeah.
We had Coronas. I'm like, you better try this out, make sure it's still good, because I think it's been in there for a couple of years.
Yeah. Yeah, what? It's Corona something. It tastes like a Dr. Pepper. What is it? Disaronno.
Really?
Corona Disaronno. Drink your Corona down to the bottom of the neck, and then fill it half full of the neck with Disaronno. Tip it back and forth a couple of times, and drink it. Tastes just like a Dr. Pepper. The same sugary flavor of a Dr. Pepper.
The problem with me is beer makes me feel bloated.
Yeah.
Like it's like if I sat down with you and I had a couple of beers, I could do that. But if I beer 3, it's an 8.
Yeah.
A lot of times by beer 2, I'm like, yeah, well, then the rest of the stuff all good.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how I am too. I could maybe get 6 beers down on $12 beer dollars. But a bottle, I can go down to like
Yep. That's why it's a lot of times when I go to somebody's house and I'm beer? Yep. I'm beer. And that's about where it stops. One, I'll keep offering, like, beer makes me feel more. What do you want to go? Nope, I don't make beer and I'll alcohol.
Yeah.
And, natural ice. Oh.
Yeah.
I think that's what probably messed me up my whole life is because when I was a teenager, you know, summers, we're always young teenagers. So my buddy John grew up with him. Our families knew each other for their entire lives. Somebody was dumb enough at 15 years old to send him a credit card. J.C. Penney's credit card.
Oh yeah.
So we ordered the biggest tent that J.C. Penney's catalog has and set it up at my house. Well, that became the teenage party hangout. And then, of course, my uncles, it's like, well, if you buy him a 12-pack of beer, he'll buy you whatever you want.
Yeah.
Well, we all worked. We all had jobs. You know, like I mowed lawns and I worked in the trailer park that we lived in. And then they paid me $10 an hour cash and I worked on a farm. So, yeah, on the weekends, party tent. And it was natural ice. Because my uncle thought it'd be funny because at that time I had the highest alcohol content.
Yeah.
He's like, this is all they had left. They were sitting there watching. Of course, it tasted like absolute garbage. But we were eating. Here we had alcohol.
Yeah.
Boy, that was a bad night. So I can't remember his name. It was called Balls. That was his name, Balls. And Balls was like, he's hitting on my sister's best friend going, come on, we'll go get the dirt bag.
Welcome to my house.
January 1, just featured September 24th subscription. January 1, just featured Alpart.a subscription. Big Daddy Yell's January 1, just featured subscription.
This is God's way.
Just give your Stress Hazard a subscription. Jim Ellie 1 just gifted Demon Hat a subscription. Jim Ellie 1 just gifted James Price Aviation a subscription. Big Daddy Yells Jim Ellie 1 just gifted Dave Kellen a subscription. Jim Ellie 1 just gifted Rotter Schlump a subscription. Jim Ellie 1 just gifted White Wolf 1972 a subscription. Jim Ellie 1 just gifted Reed Irish 84 a subscription. Jim Ellie 1 just gifted Iron Upheaval a subscription. Jim Ellie 1 just gifted Calskit a subscription.
So,
Jim Ellie
on my
1
stream,
just gifted
they
Downlander
can,
Guys a subscription. Jim Ellie 1 just gifted Crack Babies 89 a subscription. Jim Ellie 1 just gifted LGHTC LRJPG a subscription.
Holy
Jim
cow.
Ellie 1 just gifted
Is
Andrews
this the
Lego a
same
subscription.
person over
Jim
and
Ellie
over?
1
he
just
gifted all these
gifted
20
Decanic
different
44 a
people
subscription.
my channel.
Jim Ellie 1
really?
just
Is
gifted
that what it
Banana
is?
Sack 1 a subscription. Jim Ellie 1 just gifted Rick Slick 1997 a subscription. Jim Ellie 1 just gifted Terrible Content subscriber a subscription. Jim Ellie says good night brother.
Thank you, brother.
Gary says
I appreciate
Big
you.
Jimbo.
Thank you.
Oh, so he was giving people subscriptions. Oh, I thought it was the same person kept doing it over and over again.
No, so you can buy them in packs. Like you can buy singles or 5s or 10s or 15s or 20s. And so that's how I end up getting support to do stupid stuff.
Yeah.
You know, like last year, trying to blow myself up with RV furnaces in here. Did that. I was pretty good at that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had numerous fires in here.
You gotta have that every now and then.
Yeah, but for some reason it happens. Like I bought a brand new 4-wheeler, crashed that into a table here in front, put a burnout back there. I don't know why I get these thoughts in my head. Well, it's like yesterday. Well, let's see if the snowblower starts. So I started pushing all this stuff towards the door. Then I went to go open the door today. The door didn't want to open. I'm like, oh, shit. So then I had to go in there and make another path alongside the door.
Yeah.
Like, that was real smart. Because I was looking, I was like, you know how easy it would be just push this all out the door and throw it in the dumpster? Great.
Why would you do that though? There's so much treasure in here.
There's a lot of money in here, unfortunately. Now, if I had a shop your size, it'd be good. I'd have a lot more junk.
That's just it. I clean.
You got
mine out
220
every
over
day.
there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just got to redo the outlets to put welders in there. None of them are, they're all the old style welder, you know, plugs, but that ain't nothing. It's just an old simple, well, like a fuse box like you have, you know. Unscrew them and rip the wire out and put a new one in.
Yeah, I got breakers in here.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I like the fuses better than the breakers.
They're not bad as long as they keep making them. Just trying to run around and find them.
Oh, Menards got tons of them.
Yeah.
I've never had an issue with them. I've gone through more breakers in this garage than I have fuses. I think I've replaced 3 fuses total in my house in 12 years we've been here.
Oh, yeah. I thought about getting a new fuse box. Well, I'm going to have to if I'm going to put heat out there. There ain't enough fuses to put a heater in there. But it won't be that bad. But I'll have to do that eventually. Get them walls insulated and get the ceilings insulated. Ceiling will be the easy part.
You just get that blowed in, or you're gonna have put the fiberglass in.
Then with new fiberglass bats.
Yeah.
You get them in the bats and you get them a 2-foot length, you get like R50.
Oh, really?
For like the same price it is for like R20, R30. And that's when they have them on sale. So I'm just going to go buy a whole bunch of that. And then take the rebate and buy 2-inch foam. I'm going to get 1/2-inch sheeting and staple that onto the purlins.
Well, if I'd ever get rammy with this garage and get everything on the top there, I'd have them blow it in. I got a door on the front. I just have them blow it all in. That's where I lose most of my heat, because there's no insulation up there.
Yeah.
It's even if I took everything out and laid batting and then put plywood over the top of it, you know, and then I can still have storage up there. But I put a lot of stuff up there.
Yeah.
I put a lot up there. And that's one of the things where I know the couple of things that I got that I'm going to keep up there. But yeah. originally the plan is we were going to tear all this down and do a 30 by 90 shelves here, 2-level shelves.
Yeah.
And then we found out this was on like a 99-year deal through her grandma, so we couldn't do anything with it. And then we moved out for about a year and a half because we bought a house in Wilmer because we couldn't do anything with this one. We owned it, but we couldn't do anything with it. And now we're still waiting. Some stuff with her uncle we're waiting on. I don't know what it is, but we're waiting on that. And that's, once we get that done, then I'm probably going to just refinance and get it all done in one shot. That's when I'll be do the windows and the siding and the roof and all that stuff. And that'll all be done.
Yeah.
Because everybody's like, well, you through. I said, once I get everything out of here, I'll get a crew of people over here. I'll get everything out of here. I can lift this garage in a weekend. That is nothing. That's easy for me. That's, you know.
Yeah.
And then all you do is like your anchor bolts on the bottom. They make sleeve nuts. Put them in there. I just take my welder, give them each a buzz so they don't move again.
Yeah.
You know, because it's running right up through concrete block, and then you just fill them. You fill those each individual ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I don't know what is wrong with the property lines here, but if you look at the way they got the property line, it comes right across the front of my garage, cuts halfway through my addition.
Yeah. They're way off up here. They're way off.
Yours is really weird.
Yeah.
Cause
mine shows that Jamie technically owns Scott and Cindy's house. He owns 15 feet. And Jamie fully honestly believes that he owns Scott and Cindy's basically living room. He thinks he actually owns that. And that's where, like, between his garage and my shed, he's like, yeah, you know, I own that. And it's like, no. It's like, because when you built your garage, you crossed the property lines because you admitted when we bought the house that you built your garage 12, 15 feet past the property line because you didn't want to cut down the tree in your front yard. And that's why when they sold the house, we couldn't sign the papers because when they built the garage, they dug up the property pins and they moved them. They dug them up. They removed them, so they can't find the property line. That's why we couldn't buy the house for 3 months and it sat in dormant because they couldn't figure that out. Like, you built the garage over the property line, so technically you own 3 feet past your garage, and that's it. I own everything in there. And he's like, no. If you look at the county website, that's what it shows.
Well,
So I called up the county and I said, the county goes, that hasn't been surveyed in over 40 years. Nobody knows where the property lines are. It's going to cost you $30,000 to figure out what it is because you have to figure out your property, Jamie's property, and Lindstrand's property in order for you to figure out your property because that whole
Is that on the GIS?
Yes. The GIS in our town is completely messed up. So it says It says my property line comes right in front of the garage door here, but my actual property line is the other side of the alley. My pins are on the other side of the alley, like where that red barn is that you've seen on the other side, that red garage. My property line runs right against the wall of that. Like, there's 6 inches off the property line. That's where my property runs.
Wow.
Yeah. The only reason I know that is because I flipped the surveyor that was out here. I flipped him a $100 bill because when he was putting hers in, I said, where's mine at on this side? And when he came and he staked it out. So you got to watch out with the surveyors. So like, she was smart enough to have somebody from out of this area come in and do it because they're willing to come out and do it cheaper. Because if you have somebody from the county come do it, they go off the county GIS. And like my neighbor back here, yeah, his stakes are still there, but it shows that he's 6 foot or 4 or 5 foot back from the alleyway yet, which technically they do have because of prescriptive and easement. But because I'm on county record stating the fact that they redid the alley, they shoved the pole in my yard and his pole, because you look down the alley, you can see the poles that they replaced and moved in towards the property line to avoid the gas line that's there. So it's been a big debate in this town.
So they have to resurvey that entire area.
But they won't. They won't spend the money. And the problem is if they do, they're going to do it in the county's favor, and that's what the city's been fighting.
To get accurate.
They won't do it accurately. What they'll do is they'll come out and they'll pop pins where they think things should be instead of where they actually are. And that's the thing is you've got second, third, fourth generation families living in this town, and everybody knows where their property lines are. You know, like my neighbor to the north of me, we know right where our property line is between the two of us. But in order for when I get this place refinanced, the problem that I'm going to have is I'm going to have to get an outside survey company to come out here, and it's going to cost me a pretty healthy chunk of change where they actually GPS survey the size of the lot. Because when we first came here, we were paying property taxes for the alley, because they were counting the alley as my property. And I'm like, no, that's under prescriptive and easement. And I have 2 utility easements running through there. Not to mention I have another one running through my backyard. So my
There
lot
will
is...
be hell raising when people want to sell.
No, because in this town, it's just on a good old handshake. Like when they buy houses in this town, they don't survey nothing. He just went through it, what, 8 years ago?
Yeah.
8 years ago he just went through it. Because his neighbor to the north built his garage on his property, but they want $30,000 to resurvey his property, because if you look at the GIS, the whole center section at the end of the alleyway, he doesn't own that. The city owns it all the way clear to the end of town, and that's not how it works.
OMG.
Yeah, it's wrong 100%. Like the property here still shows up in my wife's grandmother's name, and it's been in our name for 10 years. But like I said, it shows that the property line's running right through the middle of my addition, which has been there since the 70s or 80s, early 80s it's been there. That's why the city here is not really big on permits, because then they got to get the county involved, and the county is no help to them. Like they went to the point of extending, like now I can build a 10 by 20 shed and not have to get a permit for it.
Well, they extended that finally?
Yeah.
I seen that was a huge debate on that.
But the only debate was from the county, because the county's
Yeah.
like, well, and they're like, what do you want us to do? We can't afford to have the town resurveyed. Your GIS is what you own.
Because I know if you make it 16 by 20, that's a living space. 10 by 20, it's not considered a living space.
Right, but they don't even make you get a building permit for it
Yeah.
anymore. I'm just debating. I actually haven't priced it out what it would cost to build one of those.
Yeah.
I would like to sink one right here on the west side of the garage, 10 by 20, but then have it so the garage doors are, it's got the roll-up doors that are facing
Yeah.
the west here. And then, so what I want is the 2 garage doors, and then I want a center walk-in door right in the center, so I don't have to open the garage doors every time to go in there.
Yeah. Do you see you want a garage on that side of this one right here?
So the shed, the main wall will be right here,
Yeah.
so that way we can plumb electrical across. And then the garage doors will be facing west. All the doors will be facing west. So
Okay,
the
yeah.
north and south walls will be solid, because that's where all the snow comes in.
Yeah.
North and south, is where the wind usually comes from. We get it straight out of the west, but I got Doug right behind me, so I don't get really any snow buildup over here.
What you do is we should build one right here, make 2 separate buildings, wait 2 years, and we'll build a breezeway. We'll go right between here. We just walk right through this garage, right into the next shed.
Price it out.
And we'll put gutters up on each side, and we'll train all the gutters up somewhere else.
Yeah, price it out. Let me know.
That's what we should do.
I'm down. I am seriously down, because it gets me out from having to deal with her. That's all I need.
Yeah.
Because I want to put my lawn stuff on one side, and I want to make the other side cold storage for my fishing gear, my seasonal fishing gear and camping gear.
Yeah.
I still kicked myself in the teeth because I really thought that place was going to go for way longer than it did.
Yeah. That's what everybody tells me. Everybody was like, God, I can't believe nobody showed up for that. It was like, by the grace of God, it was a nasty ass day. They showed up for that auction.
And I was just, it's like, well, if you knew Jerry, you knew, everybody knew his stuff.
Yeah.
And I mean, they advertised the snot out of that auction. It's like, and when we found out, because we were living in Homer at the time, and I said, we should have went and bought that house. I said, we should own that. She said, you just wanted the shed. I said, yeah. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
I said, I would have sold the turnaround, had it split, sold the house right away, and bought that back chunk of property. That's what we must have been.
I should have bought that skid loader, that mini skid loader, or mini bulldozer.
Yeah.
That little cat, I should have bought that. I deep down inside I wanted to, and I seen one for $2,700. And I asked my grandpa about when he was dying of cancer. I asked him, I said, "Is $2,700 for that cat a good deal?" And he goes, "You're kind of paying top dollar for it." But he
You
goes,
are,
then,
but that thing was in tip-top shape.
Yeah, that's what my grandpa said. He goes, but Jerry took really good care of it, because him and Jerry are really good friends. He goes, Jerry took good care of it. He goes, it's going to last you forever, but you're paying tip-top shape.
I wish I'd have bought his 9N.
Yeah, that Ford.
Yeah, or no, he had an 8N. No, it was a 9.
Yeah,
it was a 9.
right. Yeah.
That's the one I should have bought.
Yeah. I asked my grandpa that too. I seen that one for $3,400.
That's because he had all the attachments.
Yeah.
It was worth twice that.
Yeah. Because I told my grandpa, I said, I should have bought that. And he goes, oh, those old Ford tractors, oh, they're not that great. But he goes, no, but Jerry's was one of the best I've ever seen. And he had all the stuff for it.
Instead of what's happening. Should I get a shout out for center, please? Yeah, I can't believe I missed an auction. And then, of course, I go to the auction for the buildings here in town. The old, where the insurance agency is now.
Oh, yeah.
And that one, and I mean, it just turned into a mini one. I was just like, Steve Looters was going to have that building no matter what. And then Kyle Garza was going to have the other one. Because he had because Doug was buying the building, the shop behind it. And they all had it planned out because it's like, when it was hitting like, and there was a bunch of serious bidders on it. I was up to, on the shop that Doug bought, I was up to $65,000 on it. And I mean, as soon as I was getting it out of my mouth, he's just, get. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
I'm not going to run you up. I mean, I don't want you to have hard feelings for it, but if you want it that bad, I'm not, And then I didn't have any interest in Kyle's building at all, and I didn't have any interest in the other building. I wanted the shop.
Yeah.
And then, I told Steve, I said, well, Carlisle, he's like, that Carlisle guy will never go anywhere. He's one of my best tenants ever.
Yeah.
Pays cash every month, man. He keeps it insured.
Who owns that granary? Not really granary. What I'm
So there's a guy in South Dakota that owns the elevator.
Okay, elevator, yeah.
So
Is he the same guy that owns the elevator in Atwater in South Dakota?
no, the elevator in Sullivan, Atwater, Jenny owns that.
Not anymore, though.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we do.
Because my old man lives right next to it, and a guy from Georgia bought it, and then he had it sold to a guy in South Dakota, and then he couldn't make a living off it.
You're talking the one on the east end of town?
Yeah.
You better go look where there's a big old Jenny sign right in front of that thing. That's where all of our farms.
No, I should say south of town, right next to 4th Street.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
No, that is.
Because that was the old Genio plant. That used to be a dog food factory way back in the day.
So the guy that owns that one
yeah.
has that big chunk of dirt out on 8 where the power lines run through.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's that guy.
Oh, really?
This guy's a completely different guy.
Oh,
so the deal is with this one is you can buy this one for $1.
Problem is you got to pay to tear it down
Yeah.
immediately. So, guy by the name of Tom Quimby
Yeah.
decided he was going to do that. Never signed the paperwork, stayed in there long enough, he was piling junk up there, and then stayed in it long enough to gut everything out of it that was worth money.
Yeah, I noticed that the one year there's a lot of vehicles out there. They're dicking around at about 10 o'clock to
He's
2
the guy
o'clock
that
in the
got
morning.
busted when, what's his face out here, got busted for bombs and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the guy that snitched on him.
Oh, really?
So the city sent out cleanup notices, and Aaron still mad about that. You know, had that broke down Ford Ranger that was completely rotten, but he was mad because he either had to go get plates or get rid of it. But it was all because of what was happening up there. They came at me, and I was like, whatever. So I just got the stuff out of here, brought it out to a buddy's place, because I just went up and talked to them. They're like, we need him to clean that up. That's right in front of City Hall. That is horrible. Like he was taking all his construction dump and dumping it up there, and he hadn't even signed the papers on the building. And he wouldn't sign the papers. Well, finally, they had to have it removed. Well, then that guy had to pay to have all that stuff cleaned up. But in the meantime, he gutted all the copper, anything that was worth money in that building is all gone. Because the main thing is the railroad. At that time, because they used to have a sign out there that said you could buy this for $1.
Yeah.
Well, when I first moved here, John Lindstrand lived in the apartment over here. You know, he lived upstairs, him and his family. He was one of the first people I met. And I asked him, I said, so what's the deal with that place? He said, well, you got to pay the railroad to tear it down, and then, you got to talk to the railroad. And I said, so how much buildable property? He says it's not buildable.
Yeah.
He's like, somebody else already owns Quonset's. So when I called the railroad, at that time, when you're talking 2013, when I called the railroad and asked them about it, they're like, yeah, we're $700 an hour to have somebody sit and watch you to make sure you don't damage the tracks.
Yeah. Yeah, they raped the shit out of you out of that.
I said $700 an hour for a guy to show up and just sit and watch.
You got 20 hours at least tearing down that.
Minimum.
Yeah.
Because you got to dig the foundation out. You got to dig everything out. And I said, so what's it going to cost to get an easement to, oh, we're not doing that. Okay. Just like, what was it, 4 years ago or 5 years ago when the silo went down?
Yeah.
You know? They were trying to get a hold of the guy that owned it.
Wasn't that a storm that took that down? Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah.
Yeah. So they were trying to get the guy that owned it, tear it down. You know, they wanted him to foot the bill to the railroad. Now he paid the construction company to come out and tear it down, but he wouldn't pay the railroad. And I remember the railroad engineer was up there, and he's like, yeah, I got to be here. And everybody's like, for what? Because he lives right outside of town here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wait, is he see the road that's after the cemetery on that gravel road?
No, he's got, you know where the little duck pond is here just north of town?
Yeah.
He's that farm place way in the back there.
Oh, okay, yeah, gotcha, yeah.
So he's standing up there. Yeah, he's going to get a good bill for this one. And the one guy turned around and said, he's not paying y'all. This is an emergency cleanup. You're not getting paid nothing. He said, we'll see that. We'll see about that. And to this day, he never paid him $1.
Really?
They came out on their own. He was driving by and seen it, and he decided to sit there. No billable hours.
Really?
He beat him. Never seen that happen. Never thought that would happen. But, yeah, no billable hours.
Huh.
Because nobody thought to call in an official call to the railroad. The engineer called.
Yeah.
And said, yeah, the silo was down and sit here and watch. But nobody actually called it an emergency call to the railroad. Because they had it cleaned up before a train came through.
Huh.
And then they pushed it over this way so it didn't even hit the tracks. I sat and watched them tear it down.
That was kind of interesting to watch him rip that shit down. I watched him do it in Raymond one time with that big grinding wheel.
Oh,
and they
yeah.
just right through it, and it's just shreds.
Well, this one they pulled down with a crane and an excavator,
Yeah.
and they tipped it over, and then they disassembled it.
'Cause I know in Raymond, Froggett's, they sold their business. And that guy bought it, and they ripped that whole elevator down. That was kind of cool to watch that grinder. It was louder than hell, but it was cool to watch it.
Yeah, the only problem here is there's nothing to build on here.
See, that's where I thought that wouldn't be such a bad idea, because I know a bunch of guys that drive semis in town. If you could just pave it and have them park their semis there.
They would, but so like Bell Park here,
Yeah,
that's owned by the railroad.
yeah,
City just maintains it.
yeah. That's the same problem with the lot that I have right next to me. That's why the city won't sell it to me, because the railroad owns part of it, but the city doesn't know where the frickin' lines are. So for the railroad to figure out the lines, I have to pay the railroad to come out and figure out the lines. Then the second part of it is when the railroad does figure out the property lines, Jamie kind of got on my case about buying that, was because when the railroad figures out the lines, they have to build a whole new fence by new code. It has to be a 9-foot tall barbed wire fence with 2 45s coming out and one straight up and down, like a prison fence. They have to build it all the way down the tracks to stop people from jumping on the tracks. So if I buy that lot, I have to pay the railroad, and then they have to build a fence, and then I have to be part of that fence to build it, to buy that lot. That's what I figured out from the not the new mayor, but the last mayor. So I was thought about going up to him this spring and talking to him and being like, okay, if we just get on this thing. Like, I don't want to build there. It's just to close that section off, because I'm already mowing it. I'm already taking care of it. So
Jerry used to
why don't
mow all
you
that.
just let me just consume it and just mow
Well,
it.
that's the thing, Jerry. Like when he had his garden and all that stuff over there, nobody says nothing.
Yeah. Well, I know, like the city, they don't say. Well, actually, the only time I ever had the city guy bitch at me is because I didn't weed whip enough around the fire hydrant. But that was the fire department bitching at me that I didn't weed whip around it. But it's just, the grass is too tall to hook up the hose for the once a year. I was like, go bust out your own fucking weed whip. I do it every other week. I weed whip around it every other week. The mower gets really close, and every other week the grass gets this tall. Just settle down.
So we get some grass killer and just spray it around it.
Yeah, that was my next thing too. That's why I take the wheels with the zero turn, and I just spin around it a couple of times and burn it dry. Move
I
on.
just put grass killer around it. So when we were in Wilmer, the city sent us a letter about maintaining the sidewalks. I said, our taxes are currently paying for millions of dollars in snow removal. And I said, it sure is funny that the city council guys and all that stuff, the city goes and snow blows all their sidewalks off, but those of us who are in the old part of town, don't do nothing. It's our responsibility. Well, if we come out and do it, we're going to bill you for it. I said, I'd like to see the bill for the city council members that you go and do their sidewalks then.
Yeah.
And then the debate was that it's a citizen's responsibility to, they wanted to make it the citizen's responsibility to keep the fire hydrants clean around them. Just natural act, everybody does it, normal. Like, when it got really bad over there, I went and did Scott and Cindy's. And I said, why is that our responsibility? Well, that's your duties. I said, hold on. Again, you guys have a snow machine that was $1.2 million for custom doing sidewalks and going around fire hydrants. It articulates in the center. Had to have it. But the only people it benefits are the people in the sitting here. Well, if we make it a city ordinance, that's fine. You can make it a city ordinance. The problem is the people who own the properties around them. I didn't even have a hydrant in my yard.
Yeah.
I said, the problem is the people who are in those said places and have been there, they're grandfathered in. You can't pass a new ordinance to make them do something that wasn't agreed upon when they bought their house. That's illegal. You can't do that. And he's like, well, your sidewalk. I said, that's fine. I said, I better have a new sidewalk in front of the house. Or I said, you're getting the bill for every time I ruin my snowblower. So I quit blowing it out because the sidewalk is messed up.
Yeah.
So finally, there was enough. I said, I don't want to fight with you.
fix the sidewalk in front of mine and my neighbor's house, mine and my neighbor on each side, I'll keep the sidewalk clean. It's that simple. So they came in, they cut all the trees down. We were on Becker Avenue. So they came in, they cut all the trees down, they redid the sidewalk, and then they were, I was out there with the leaf blower, had it all cleaned up, I take the pressure washer to it, and I walked into the city council, I said, I told you. You go, what? You replace the sidewalk. I said, yeah, you know, been down that sidewalk you're all complaining about? No. I said, probably the biggest sidewalk in all of it. What?
Yeah.
Well, then one of them went and talked to one of my neighbors. They're like, yeah, he's out here every week with a pressure washer cleaning this out. He put all the seed down here, he cleaned all this up, made it look really nice. Yeah, that's back when, you know, I kind of cared about yards. But here it's, I literally have to have half my yard straightened out and have the dirt brought in.
Yeah.
It's all play.
Yeah.
Well, I've got 7 loads of fill on the south side of the house there. I've got 4 back here so far. Exactly in the alley project, and I installed it up.
Yeah.
You could reach underneath my addition.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got wait. I got 4 loads of river rock over there.
I remember that.
And then I got another 4 loads of black dirt on top of it. But now my sidewalk is sunk, so. The good thing is even if it rains a lot, I'll flood out on the sidewalk, and within the day, it's all drained out. It goes back into the water and it goes down now. So
Yeah.
the river rock, I got back down. And that river rock is probably back down just a foot.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna wait for a buddy of mine, person on BS, should be there. But when he gets out, he's gonna come and set up forms, put in a pad from his door. Coming and pouring concrete for me.
Yeah.
He likes doing that stuff with me. Have at it, brother. That's all I do.
Yeah.
Like, that's your thing. You want a patio yet? No, because originally we were going to take the deck down. We were going to take the deck down and put a concrete patio out around the house. And then we got thinking about it, and it's like, it would be nice, but it's really nice just walking right up the house.
Yeah.
Being on top of the deck instead of walking down the flight of stairs in the back.
In this town, I think you'd be done with a patio. The ground moves so much. Even with our back that we did a little bit, the concrete, this winter it's moved 2 inches from the block of the house.
Really? Wow.
But that's after I chewed that guy's fucking ass out on how I poured it. Realistically, I should have poured it myself. I knew better. But it was the price of getting the concrete, the dirt, the skid loader, and everything else is the same price he did it for. Except for he fucking lied to me. And he put 5 inches of fill on top of the ground and poured concrete right over the top.
Really?
He never dug it out like I told him. And I chewed his fucking ass out. And I called the New London building inspector and the Wilmer building inspector, and they both came out and they signed on a sheet of paper that says pass inspection. And he stamped it. And they handed both to me, and I was like, well, I guess I legitimately, legally, I have to pay you because it passed 2 inspections. They want to catch them on putting 5 inches of fill on top of grass and pouring concrete right over the top. So the fucker lied to me, and I got him on camera. And I fucking shoot his ass off. That was that day he threw a shovel at my house. And I told that motherfucker, I said, dude, this fucking piss. I said, go ahead and punch me. I said, do it, do it. I said, I'd love to own a fucking concrete company. I said, let's see it happen. Let's go.
All I remember is Laura and I were sitting outside on the front porch, and it's like we'd never heard of people holler. And I'm like, oh wow, what is going on over there? Because we never
Yeah.
hear anything from that guy. And it was like, and then that time Laura and Erica were talking, and she's like, yeah, they really messed up on our porch.
I was fucking pissed.
I was just like, I was just like, yeah, that, whatever it is, it's not good because, like I said, we never heard anything ever.
I'm a pretty easygoing guy, but
Well, I mean, it's your house, it's your home.
Yeah.
You know, you pay money to have something done a certain way. But I will tell you, there's a benefit to that, though. Because if it would have been set in the ground like that, it'd probably busted up by now. The basements in this town,
yeah.
everybody has had their basements replaced.
I
Except,
told the guy, you either put 5 inches, yes, I want 5 inches poured. You either put 3 inches in the ground or 2 inches in the ground, along with all your backer put on the outside of the house. But when you put it in the ground, there's also a footing with block that goes all the way around with that front porch. So you're locking in that inside concrete to where it's at. That's going to be flush. Because I'm planning on doing an addition right here. Don't put an angle on it. And then where it comes out to where the posts are, that's where you put your angle on. Because all that can be removed. You can cut a line all the way through that. And you let that move, but the top part stays flush. You never did that. That's why it's moving. You put 5 inches of fill on top of the footings and pour the concrete on top of that. You didn't pour the concrete 5 inches, put it down to the footings.
so what do you do for that? Do you just go in and fill a gap with Zachary or something, or what?
That's what he did. No, he just filled it full of 5/8 inch fill. 5/8 fill. He just filled it up so it quit running in. And then you just hit it with a tamper for a couple hours and drop the concrete right on top. Because the day he poured, I called him and I said, you can't be fucking doing that. I said, the day before you poured, I told you this is fucking wrong. You don't be fucking doing that. You do what I told you to do. The best part is this is Lakeland Concrete out of Green Lake. Him and another guy owned the company. And he didn't know how, I told him how I want it done. He goes, yep, I can do it. I can do that. He goes, is there any way you can draw this up for me? So I drew up the blueprint, figured out the material that he needed, the concrete that he needed, everything out, and I staked everything out. And he came in. And he told me, yep, I'll do it. Dropped 5/8 fill on top of the ground, poured it, sent me a bill. And I said, no, man, all that's fucking done. You didn't do anything right.
I remember the holler and match and Morris, and I said, he starts swinging on my neighbor, he's going to have a bad day, because that's what I want over there.
I was hoping he did. I said, right here. I said, just fucking do it. Just fucking do
All I
it.
remember is hearing you holler, and like I said, Laura and Eric were talking, your kids were at my house on a daily basis. And I was just like, I told Laura, I said, if he swings on him, I'll go over. She's like, well, should you go over there now? I said, no, I don't get involved in girl folks. If you swing at my neighbor, you're gonna have a real bad day. And she's like, I'm like, you know, because I used to have that chair outside. I'm just sitting there like this, and I'm waiting, and then he throws the shovel, and then he walks all the way back out to his truck, and I'm like, what? And then he gets out, and you guys start hollering again, and then he gets back in his truck and he leaves.
Yeah.
What? Because I remember when he got it done, Eric had come over and said, yeah, you did it all wrong, Jason's bad. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, what do you mean did it all wrong? Like, I don't, she's like, it's not right. It's not what Jason told him to do. I'm like, well, it looks fine. She's like, yeah, I don't know. It's something. All right, just. And then he came, because he left, and then he came back, was the next day or the 2 days later?
Yeah, 2 days later, yeah.
He came back, and that's when we were sitting outside, and I was like, World War III happened over there, and I'm like, they never make noise over there. You know, small town nosy neighbors, we're sitting out there with our coffee, and I'm like, and then all of a sudden it was like, I looked at Laura, she's like, you should probably go over. I said, oh no, I don't get involved in girl folks business. And then when he started doing the whole blow up the chest, and said she swings on him, he said, if he swings on him, I'm going to get him. And she looks, she goes, leave your wallet. I was like, okay. And it's one of those things that it really bothers me about this town, because everybody comes in this town, like contractors and stuff, and they just take advantage of people here.
Yeah.
They think because we're such a small town, we're all idiots.
Yeah.
Why don't you live in a better town? Well, we like our peace and quiet. We know this town can't get any bigger. This is it. You know, it's
but we get overlooked for a lot of stuff. Like it took us, you know, what has it been, 12 years to get a water tower.
No, yeah.
You know, 12 years of this thing not passing inspections to finally get a water tower. You know, and now we've got a 4-phase project coming in that they're actually going to start redoing some stuff around here.
I still wonder if they're actually going to go through with it.
Yeah, it's done.
Are they actually going to?
Yeah, it's all done.
Oh yeah.
All the stuff, the paperwork and stuff's done. So I think this spring they're gonna start. The water tower starts, and then the road in front of KJ's.
Oh yeah.
They're gonna start doing that side over there, getting all that done. And then the next part they'll do up over here where they haven't done yet. They get rid of that stupid dip over there. Finally.
Yeah. Why didn't they just finish that when they did this street? Why didn't they just go all the way through?
Because we had, what the hell's their names up there in Wilbur, the engineering company? Bolton Mink. We had Bolton Mink for an engineering company, and they screwed us royally. Screwed the entire town.
Oh, really?
I literally had a full-blown lawsuit against the city because my yard used to be, I mean, it was down, but it was like a level lot down.
Yeah.
And so they took 3.5 feet of fill out of the road in front of our houses. And what it was is the clay pipe was bigger than they expected because there was so much sand in there. So they stuck the scope down there and they kind of just, and when they basically, the city gave them authority to spend so many, you know, if there was a cost fluctuation of so much money, just do it. You don't have to come in and get it approved.
Yeah.
Well, they miscalculated the fill. What it was going to cost to fill it back in. That's why the side that took the brunt was our side of the street. Because Jamie's yard, you know, his used to be perfectly level. Now he's got that little dip in the front. And that's after they came and cut his down again.
Yeah.
Like they cut the whole front of yours and his and Lindstrand's, they cut that all down. But our side, they couldn't do nothing with. Because one, Aaron had that big tree right there. He's got that big pine on the corner. And then we got our tree up here. And basically told him flat out, my wife told him, you touch that tree and we're because
yeah.
When our grandparents bought this house, they planted that tree.
Yeah.
You know, and that was her grandma's tree. It's the only tree we have on this property.
Yeah.
And I told her, I said, in order to get this fixed, that tree would have to go. And she's like, absolutely not. I said, well, I'm glad you mow the hill.
Yeah.
She wouldn't touch it. Yeah, no, because they were going to have somebody else come in and fix it, and I was like, you're not having somebody fix it at taxpayers' expense. This is not a taxpayer problem. So I went on a big social media rant, got a whole ton of followings after it, and had a $4.2 million lawsuit filed against Bolton Mink. All I needed the city attorney is to get on for the city, and everything that they did would have been redone. We would have had the fill back in the road. That driveway for that over there would be done, because that's one thing, you know, it said, well, it needs rough concrete put in there for the safety of the people that live there. Long story short, nothing ever got done. The city attorney's like, yeah, we're not going to fight them. You guys can't afford it. You don't have to do anything. The city just has to sign in agreement with what I'm saying. It's done. Litigation, you guys don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
I can take care of it. I have a good attorney. Problem is, I needed the city to sign off on it, and it never happened. So, I had my end filed, but, you know, basically when I went to my attorney said, well, you can spend a lot of money and we can try and fight these guys by yourself, but you're not going to win. He said, they've got more money to sit and fight with, and he says, I'm not into taking your money like that.
Yeah.
He said, if the city would have jumped down, we had a fight that we would have won. Would have taken a few years, but we would have won. the big thing is before it ever started, I said it's not right. It's not going to work. I sat in city council meeting. They were telling us, "Oh, this is what your water bill is going to be," and it's funny how everybody's water bill is different in town.
Yeah.
What do you guys pay for water over there a month?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Ours is like $300 a month here.
Yeah, I think ours is close to that, but I couldn't really tell you.
Right, but you're talking 2 of us to 4 of you.
Yeah.
I mean, we do laundry once a week.
Yeah. We do laundry a lot more than that.
Right. I
Yeah.
mean, your kids are out there playing with the hose and messing around doing what kids do.
Yeah.
And it's like we watered our tree for 2 days. What was it, 3 years ago when we had that bad drought?
Yeah.
And our tree was wilting. So we ran the water sprinkler out there for 2 nights just to get some water into the tree. And our bill was doubled.
Oh, really?
You know what the city tells me? Oh, well, if you want to pay a plumber to come and install another meter on the outside, because it's not the water cost, it's the sewer cost. So the only way they got the way to judge the sewer is by what comes off of our.
That doesn't make any sense.
So I sat and I told Laura, I said, we're remodel, I'm going to do something dirty. She goes, what's that? I said, all of our quote unquote outside water, I said, that's running all our gray water stuff.
Yeah.
She goes, what do you mean? I said, we can pump all our gray water right out into the yard. She goes, really? I said, yeah. I said, all I got to do is for the wash machine is run the drain over to the sub pump hole. I said, that ain't nothing.
Yeah.
I said, the sink, I said, the drain, I went downstairs and I showed her, I said, that's the drain for your sink. I said, all I got to do is drop that in that hole. And I said, I can run all that off the outside meter. All I got to do is verify that, it's gray water. I said, the black water, they can do something about it, but I said, everything else, they can't do anything about it. I said, then I went and showed her, I said, that's the tub drain. Yeah. Look at there. Quick drop right down the sub pump hole, and guess where that goes? Right outside. She goes, well, what do you do in the winter? I said, heated hose.
Yeah.
I said, I put PVC out there, and I just make sure I put heat tape on it.
Yeah.
In the wintertime. It won't freeze.
You know, what's funny is Candy High used to send out a newsletter every year around November to hook all your plumbing up to your sump pump to pump it out to the street. Let it run down to the street.
Well, see, they were like, well, the city, I said, okay, so like my yard right now, you notice how I always push the snow all the way up to the street?
Yeah.
Because my sub pump doesn't go to the street.
Yeah.
My sub pump pumps back here. It sits between mine and Aaron, but my sub pump never turns on.
Yeah.
Lived here for 12 years, and it's kicked on twice when our basement flooded.
Oh, really?
It works good, but I said, well, I went to her and I said, we don't have anything that goes out in the street drainage. We're getting charged the $10 for sub pump.
Yeah.
I said, ours doesn't go that way. Well, everybody gets charged it. Okay. I'll make sure my end gets made up every winter. That's why you see all the snow goes right on the edge of that hill, because guess where it runs?
Right down in the sewer.
Yep. Get my $120 a year worth.
I bet our sub pump kicks on quite a bit. Surprisingly for being high up as far as the pond and sloughs are down below.
Right, but you're lower than everybody else in town.
Yeah.
Everything runs your way.
That's what I keep telling people. Everybody's like, oh, you're on top of a hill. It's like, look at the land. Look at the way of the land.
All you gotta do is stand in the alley, walk out to the alley and look. Where's it go? Up, 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 up. Where's it gonna run? Just like when the alley floods out and it's coming down this way. Where's it go? Out to the street. But if you take
that culvert down there and all that water runs right up. That's the kind of reason why I want to buy that, so I can dig all that shit up and rerun that shit right down the road.
dig it.
Right up. I should. This summer I really want to. I'm going to keep my eyes open for a mini skid loader. That's what I'm keeping my eyes open for. Like an old bingo, a Bobcat. You sit around the back of them, you drive around. So
All you gotta do is talk to Brandon, the city guy.
yeah.
Just talk to him and say, just have him stop over and say, hey, you get a chance to stop over the house. I want to show you something. You say, see this right here? I need to dig this out. What do I have to do? It's, you know, next week, take it.
See, the only problem is Brandon's on the fire department. Chief. So those two, I mean, if what Jamie wants, Jamie gets. So Brandon's kind of that. With Brandon, we get along really good. It's just that flying just below the radar. As long as it's high and feeling on the wind, it's smooth sailing on the radio. So if it starts to get like this, it's like, can't do that. So I talked to Brandon before about a couple of stuff, and it's like, can't do that. Like, are you sure you can't do that? No. You can't do that. Somebody else can do that, but you can't do that. No, you're flying a little bit above the radar really quick.
I mean, we can start building derby cars in the shop.
Yeah.
I got enough buddies that can come. I mean, Bob Batty's got 3 of them to build this year. Bryson, I think's got a half dozen to build this year. All-nighters out there in the shop. But, I mean, Jamie and I have always gotten along. Wife and I, you know, but Jamie and I have always gotten along. Jacob's happening. Only 2 people. Do I even have a mod left in here? It's 11:30. I think we can do a raid now. I was just supposed to do a raid. You know what I can do though? I can do a raid. And raid channel. Let's see who's on. Thunder's on. Stone Red. Professional. Steve, Alex. Look at this guy. We'll go raid this guy. We're gonna go raid in real life.